Hello and welcome to the Bowls New Zealand coverage of the Laser Eye Champ Fours live from Royal Oak Bowling Club. My name is Alex Reid and I'm delighted to be joined in commentary again by Terry Blackburn to cover this match. We've got two Fours teams that we're watching today. Stuart Campbell, Peter Ireland, Les O'Donovan and Steve Willis from Featherston taking on Paul Anderson, Nathan Arledge, Don Rowling and Nick Tomset from Mount Maunganui. Terry, how are you?
I'm good, thank you, Alex. How are you?
Yep. I'm fine.
Wonderful.
Good way to start a commentary, isn't it?
I've just been out chatting with both of these teams that we see on screen, and both quite jovial teams. It's been great to see their team dynamic. The Featherston team had a loss in the first round. They felt like they were going pretty good and that the score wasn't a reflection of the game itself. Meanwhile, Mount Maunganui, they had a win in the first game. Happy with the result, but feel like they've got more in the tank.
Oh, that's good. A good insight there. Thanks, Terry. Remembering, of course, that if you win 3 out of 4 of your games, you qualify for post-section. So for Featherston, this is a very important game, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely. Probably not the start they would have wanted, but I get the feeling they're just really happy to be here and playing bowls.
See Don Rowling there on his back end. Used to be domiciled in Morrinsville, I think, Terry, but has moved to Mount Maunganui, 2 or 3 years ago?
Yeah, I didn't actually click that it was Don Rowling from Indoor Bowls. So good to see him on the outdoor green. Yeah. Captain Megalodon, they call him.
Very good. It was the when the Mount Maunganui team did play in the Bowls 3-5 interclub, they were known as the Megalodons, which was a word that John Macbeth really struggled with, and perhaps that's where that came from.
Quite possibly. The teams that played on this rink in the first round were really happy with how it was playing. Nice turn, which is what we've really seen, last weekend as well, wasn't it?
Mm. Yeah, it's certainly a green that allows you to play well, as we see the Featherston player on his backhand. See the names at the top left, goes from skip on the left through to lead on the right. So Peter Ireland, the skip for the Featherston team. Look at this, he's guts the jack.
Very assertive start. Having a chuckle there in the background, I can see.
Nick Tomset there, just asking Paul to play on his forehand side. Very good team, this Mount Maunganui team. They've we'll just watch this bowl. Is it going to hold? Well, that's an improvement, isn't it?
Yeah, that's it. If he managed to sit and stay, that would have been a bonus, but just collecting the opposition bowl on the way through. It's better than your own one going in by itself.
Yeah, so from a centre point of view, Nick, Paul and Nathan have all played at a senior inter-centre level for Bay of Plenty, and I believe they all hold at least gold stars. So they'll fancy their chances coming into this weekend as we watch Steve's bowl here on his backhand. Is it going to stop? Not quite.
Should be a good
for this
line.
ball, yeah, just about trying to get it to stop near the lip of the ditch. As first ends go for our camera crew, I'm sure we're all really grateful that the jack has been trailed right to the edge of the ditch, just to get us focused early on. How's the weight here from Steve Willis?
It's not a bad effort.
That's a lovely bowl. So they're holding two there, aren't they, Terry? The bowl at 12 and the bowl at 10.
Yep, that's right. They'll be happy with that start. Peter Ireland happy on the crossover.
It's 15 ends, of course. And a kill's a kill. You've been out and about a little bit. Terry, have you seen many kills in that first round out there at the on the green?
No, I was probably more chatting to people rather than watching the bowls, I'll be honest.
Oh, fair enough. So, Nick Tomsett there with his bowls. Aero Optimas, I believe, in the Bay of Plenty colours of blue and yellow.
Look
How's
at
this for a first bowl? What a start.
That's
Lovely
an
shot.
excellent start.
Follow that down, do you think, Terry, if you're Peter?
Yeah, I think the way that hand plays, there's definitely room for Peter in there. He's obviously got a couple of his own to work through. Of course, he's going the other hand.
Still a similar idea, though, isn't it?
Yeah, that's
How's
it.
the weight here?
Might need to collect Jack.
Jack on the way through. Let's watch this. When's it turning? Oh, good effort.
Definitely a nice channel through there. Nick looking to repeat.
On the forehand. How's your weight?
It's coming in really
How's
nicely.
the weight here?
Wowee.
That's two really good bowls to start a game, isn't it? Look at that there from Nick Tomsett. Bang, bang.
Doesn't get much better than that as a skip.
Literally two bowls within a foot of the Jack. What's Peter's best option here, do you think, Terry?
Is he still... I feel like because he's played that backhand, he might just need to go there again. I feel like he'd be able to cut it down to one with a similar bowl.
Yeah, if you're clunking to Nick's bowl that sits at 1 o'clock, you're at least cutting it down to one. You could wriggle through for the shot. So I think probably the backhand again is the call. I mean, you don't, as you say, you don't have to adjust anything. On the forehand is Peter.
Yeah, and that's not to
Start
say
to the commentary.
Oh, the forehand's an option though as well, isn't it? Little feather would help
feather.
this. Oh,
Oh, look at this. Look at this bowl.
oh dear.
It's still going. It's still going. Oh, it's just pulled up short, so it's going to be two to the Mount Maunganui team.
Yeah,
that would
I
have been an incredible shot, wouldn't it?
Mount Maunganui take a sigh of relief there, I think. They'll be happy that they managed to hold on to both of those shots.
To there, Nathan Eilidge indicating. So Nate, we've seen him on our screens a little bit in the last year. He made a semi-final of maybe even the final actually, of the mixed pairs in Taranaki that Sheldon and Selena won. He was also a member of the Bowls 3-5 team along with Paul Anderson, and has won the Bay of Plenty Player of the Year award, I think 2 or 3 times in the last 5 years, and is considered to be one of those rare things in bowls where he actually is very happy down in a team off the front as a specialist lead, and they're like gold, aren't they?
Yeah, that's awesome.
Very highly sought after at any level of bowls. Also note for the viewers that if you're wondering whose bowls are what, the Mount Maunganui team's bowls have the Mount Maunganui stickers on them. So if it's a stickered bowl, it's a Mount Maunganui bowl. If it's not stickered, it's Featherston's. Nathan again on his forehand side.
Well, we could see that he knew straight out of the hand it wasn't the speed he was after. But, missing in the right areas, and I'm sure we'll see him really hone in on that jack as the game moves forward. Change of hands for Les.
That's a lovely correction. And for second. A lot of aero bowls out there on this rink today, Terry.
Yeah, got a great selection, don't they, the aero bowls? Lots of bright colours, patterns.
Yeah, certainly. I think you see a pretty big variety, and they've got this new thing now with the logos on the aero bowls can be fully coloured in, as Don Rolling plays a lovely bowl on his forehand side. So holding now. And see Peter there indicating 2 down. All I can... Peter, does he not look a little bit like Graham Henry?
It's not something that first sprung to mind, but I can loosely see that now. I like that he wasn't too phased about which hand his 2 plays this bowl. At first he looked to indicate that backhand side, but then he decided, as long as you're happy getting close, it doesn't really matter what hand you play it on.
For sure. And Don here on his forehand again.
Not far away.
How's the weight? That's lovely stuff from Don Rolling. He'll be pleased with that. And you see Mount Maunganui now holding 3, and the pressure in a game of 4s begins to build from here, doesn't it, Terry?
Yeah, they'll definitely be wanting one of their bowls to get into the head earlier rather than later.
Aggressive from the 2.
Oh, is he going to... Not quite.
Oh, he's got rid of one of the Mount Maunganui bowls. That was a brave call from the Featherston team to have a go at it from the 2 position.
Yeah, no mucking around there.
Don't mind that, actually. I think I would be unsurprised if Stewart perhaps skips quite a lot. He was very happy to get down to that sort of run or drive shot, wasn't he? Like it looked, I know he missed, but it looked like he was comfortable with that option.
Yeah, that's right. And, these players will know each other's strengths.
So Peter just saying there, try and get one close. So he's had his attempt at blowing the head up with his 2, Stewart. I thought, well, Steve now has 2 bowls. We'll see if we can just draw even a second or a third shot. 15 ends is a long time. It's an okay start.
Yeah, it's one of those questions, whether you think you've had a go, you know where the corrections are, go again, or, like you say, how many bowls do you persist with before you decide, actually, no, we'll just draw now.
Well, the risk and reward in this game, the risk keeps getting higher, doesn't it? The more attempts at it you have, and we see Paul now thinking, I've got my cover at the back, so it's safe to try and draw a bowl close, and now holding for the Mount Maunganui team. I think still on his backhand, I think, from Steve. Those 2 bowls below of the jack of Mount Maunganui's, Steve could also use those, so he can still play a positive draw, can't he?
Yeah, that's it. I think if he kept, a similar speed to his first bowl, there's a nice little landing pad there.
He's got perfect draw weight that time, and it's ducking across, so Peter Island's going to be under a little bit of pressure here. If you're Nick Tomset and you sit there, you're holding 3 shots, what would you play if you were Nick now for the Mount Maunganui team, Terry?
Well, I think this head could still be sewn up a touch better, to make Peter's shot a little bit harder. So, I don't know, I'd be looking backhand draw if he was able to sit that red bowl, maybe, or just sneak in behind, even in front, might be all right. What are your thoughts?
I agree with you. I think you make hay when the sun shines sometimes in this game, and I can't see it becoming worse if you draw close. So I think Nick will just try and put a bit of pressure on here on his back end.
Yeah, I think sometimes, if you're holding a few shots and they're really good and you can't actually improve the head, that's when you might look to cover or maybe even block sometimes.
Well, weirdly, that's actually a block. And that's not the
Yeah,
worst thing you could have done there. It's blocked the forehand side largely, hasn't it?
yeah, it has. Might make him more direct. Still looking to draw. And there is a path there.
This could be an incredible bowl if it clears the front. Peter Ireland is very close. Look at this. That is a thing of absolute beauty.
Never looked like missing,
Absolute
did it?
beauty.
And not easy to get out either. So, there won't be a big multiple, I don't imagine.
Well, the jack's surely I don't think you can hit it without the jack moving.
It's you'd
Can
be
you just go
maybe
3
more.
or 4 rolls?
Yep, perfect. That's what we were looking at, wasn't it, Alex?
Yep. You're not going to go more than 1 down. If you get the red bowl that sits at 2 o'clock to the jack at the right angle, it's going to roll through the jack to sit for a 3, but has to play this nice weight. Nick's got the weight. Lovely, just on the high side.
Little edge from there. Might get a secondary result,
Well,
but not quite.
I wonder how good Peter's memory is, because with all those bowls sitting flat, you may as well do the same thing on the forehand tier. You can make it a 2.
Absolutely.
We say as if it's an easy shot to play. What a bowl that was from Peter Ireland.
Oh, so impressive. And he'll be happy with that. They were holding 2 themselves last end before Nick came and drew a couple of shots himself. So Peter's just returning the favour here.
Oh, he's close here if he's got the weight.
Needs to run a little more.
I mean, that's a mighty effort. That's 2 great bowls. Well, 1.5 really good bowls from Peter. And the score will be, we'll just wait.
Yep.
Oh, there we go. 1-2 to the Mount Maunganui team after 2 ends. And already we've seen some magnificent bowls.
Yep, cool as a cucumber, Peter Ireland. What was he,
I wouldn't
4
have been
down?
that good. I think 4 down, and Nick actually made his shot more challenging by putting a short bowl in, and Peter just navigated it beautifully, just drew the shot, and saw Peter was actually set out there. I think this is where he wanted the jack to be delivered by Les O'Donovan, so obviously it's a plan to have a shorter end. When you're playing a game of 4s, is that something you discuss, Terry, before you play? What length of head you want to be delivered?
Oh, we probably assess as we go a little bit, I think. I don't think there'd be a day where we'd come in so much thinking, right, this is the length we're going to play all day. I think we'd sort of just see how those, feel out those first few ends. These guys, of course, have had a game under their belt, so they might already have a feel of what's been working well for them. Good speed by Les.
On the forehand is Nate. Good weight. Perfect weight even. Perhaps there, on a shorter end, Terry, often we talk about the bowl requiring less green because it's not travelling as far, perhaps just slightly pinching it a little bit more than he would have liked to.
Yeah, I had those same thoughts as well. Sometimes, on those shorter ends, you don't trust it to come back all the way, do you? But it certainly is, and what a great correction here by Les. No doubt
so Nathan
we'll
will be
see
on
the
his
same.
Forehand again. Nice delivery. Does a little twist of the wrist on the backswing. Nathan always has. Was popular with the Australians about 20 years ago, Terry, and the theory used to be that if you're just walking and you swing your arms when you're walking, if you pay attention to what your hand does, if you swing your arm backwards, it does turn a little bit on the backswing. So the logic was it's meant to be sort of the natural thing that your hand wants to do if you pull your arm back. Going out of vogue a little bit now, but still some really good exponents of it. David Clark, who won the New Zealand Fours earlier this year, is the one that comes to mind for me that twists his wrist.
Yeah, I feel like I've seen a number of players. Some more than others. Some people it's just a more subtle twist, isn't it? But it makes sense.
On the forehand.
Coming in well. Certainly seeing that nice turn, aren't we? Even on the shorter length.
I think it allows for good bowls to be played for sure. So we see Stewart here on his backhand. We saw him get aggressive on the previous end. Didn't need to be asked twice to have a nibble at it. He said good green there, but just passed. Another aero bowl. Don steering it down on the forehand. That's a good bowl. I was going to say a lovely bowl, but it held just a little bit longer than I thought it might.
Call was either hand, but I must admit I like the hand that he'd chosen.
It's interesting how much it turns at the end on that, the backhand side coming towards us, isn't it? For every foot the bowl travels forward, it seems to be turning twice that across the head. Paul staring down at this one. He needs it to rest through that bowl square.
And he has.
Oh, it's a good result. It's well played enough. Do you think he's got the shot there, Terry? Yep.
Must be pretty close though to be getting out the finger measure. But yes,
Peter
one
using,
down.
Yeah. Oh, what's he asking for here, do you think?
Oh, I'd say it's still just a draw, just over draw. Nothing too aggressive.
Clean run. And Paul now, he's got the shot. We'll probably see quite a significant reduction in the weight that he plays this bowl with, because he rested through with his first bowl, didn't he? He sort of got the shot bowl nice and square, but you want to just pull off a little bit.
Well, that's a couple of effective bowls. I wonder if he's
Yeah.
still holding.
You'd hope so. I'd be disappointed if he's lifted it up to be just out of the count.
Either way, still really good position for Nick to play to.
I'm quite enjoying Peter. I think he's a bit of a character, this guy.
Yeah, I really
Honestly,
enjoyed my chat with him before the game. Like I say, they've got a really cool team dynamic, a lot of fun nicknames for each other. They let me in on all their nicknames, but unfortunately didn't give me a lot of context to work with. So who knows? But Peter, they call him the rabbit.
Peter Rabbit, that works. Yeah.
Yep.
I've heard of him.
He said anyone tuning in from home will get a real kick out of that being raised.
Well, I'll have to remember to mention it more than once.
I said, oh, shall I bust that out when you play a good one? And his team said, well, you wouldn't be busting it out at all. But as we've seen, that's not the case. He played an absolute bomb on that second end.
Oh, he's too wide. So there's that trap A on the shorty end. It is easy to be that little bit wide. That track on a 2 metre length would have come back to the centre line. but because the end is so much shorter, the bowl doesn't travel as far, and it can be easy just to get stuck out in no man's land, in my humble opinion. So the rab here on his forehand.
That's it. How's the speed on this one?
I've watch this ball come back in. Just quickly Googled to remind myself what Graham Henry does look like, and I can confirm that I believe that Peter Ireland and Graham Henry are the same person. Maybe that'll be his next nickname, Terry, as we see Nick here wheeling this bowl back in. I don't think it's going to turn in time. It's more the green than the weight there. And let's see who's got the shot. 2 there to the Featherston team to take a 3 shots to 2 lead after 3 ends of the 15 that we will play. And a good end from Featherston.
Yeah, Paula played a good couple of bowls there, but just ran through a touch.
And I think that short end system has worked. This one needs to stay in bounds. Oh, disappointing. So we saw Peter literally ask for a short end, and they scored it too. So they'll be thinking, Featherston will be thinking, right, this is our length. And you watch Nate now. I wouldn't be surprised if he threw it right to the 2 metre mark.
Yeah, that would make a lot of sense, wouldn't it?
So it could be a game of 2 lengths.
Yellow shoes to match the bowls.
How's the weight? Good weight, actually.
Yeah, it wasn't too far away. It's a good sighter, good one to work from.
So we have had we sometimes get questions come through into the commentary, Terry, or even better, that's a lovely bowl, information on the teams. You did a great job gathering information on Featherston and Mount Maunganui earlier today, and we've got some information that was emailed through to us about the next a lot of teams, which I'm looking forward to discussing. But we had a question about the 2 metre mark. Where do you place the jack on the 2 metre mark? And we've got a really good camera angle. Oh, we had. That's okay. We've actually improved the shot because it's zoomed in. The answer is, if you're the skip and you see the 2 metre mark as the tee pointing away from you, the jack has to be fully on your side of the 2 metre mark. See the 2 metre mark there down at 6 o'clock? The jack has to be fully on your side of that horizontal line. That's when you place it on the 2 metre. It doesn't go at the 12 o'clock side of it. It goes at the 6 o'clock side. And that's all I had to share there. As we see Nathan stack it up. Settling into his work a little bit now, Nate. He'll be happier with those 2 bowls.
Yeah, definitely. I think we'll see a lot more of that throughout the game from Nathan.
Stuart Campbell on the forehand.
Looking for a bit of movement here by the looks.
If it holds, it's close. Oh, he's a bit unlucky. That was lovely weight. And you can tell it's lovely weight because he's actually promoted Nathan's bowl up to be perfectly in line with the jack. What do you do here, Terry, if you're Don? Don't want to make the target any bigger, really, do you?
No, but it is a nice little target as it is. Yeah, I think forehand, just beating them to it. I think, if you feel confident with your line, anywhere past is good, of course.
Even a third shot at like 8 o'clock is okay. If the two blues somehow go, you have a third shot sitting there. I
Yeah,
don't think we're going to see Stewart be short.
no, loves an opportunity for this sort of
They
shot.
could both go.
Needs the jack then. No.
Oh, great effort. I really like that from a two. I know he's had two fires and missed it twice, but I really like that call on outdoor bowls from the two position to actually not be afraid to play ditch weight. If it's effective, you're resetting the head right from the beginning.
Yeah, absolutely. All that hard work undone. I'm sure we will see him connect at some point.
Oh, it's a lovely call. The question now is Featherstone. You go, well, we've committed with one bowl from our two. Do we now try and just draw a second and third shot, which it appears to be their system, eh? Perhaps Stewart is the one that they are happier to have on the drive, and they leave Steve just to play through bowls or draw close.
Needs to break now.
In the area.
Now, do you look past or in front-ish? Yep.
Oh, yeah, what they will be aware of is, at the moment, it's a 1.5 bowl target. You don't really want to make it a bigger target than that, but you do need to count. So there's lots of things going through your mind here. Paul's played this pretty well if he can get it to pull up.
Oh, this is just about perfection here.
That's exceptional. Don't sit out, unlucky.
Yeah, so
it's still a very good bowl. It's still a very good bowl, but if it had stayed standing, that would have been a 10 out of 10.
yeah, if he'd sort of tucked the jack in even, that would have been brilliant. Of course, he has slightly widened that target.
Attacking.
As we see Steve.
He's close here. It's going to dive.
Oh, and he's
chipped
taken out his own
bowl off.
one. Another opportunity now for Mount Maunganui to close that gap.
Yeah, well, now the logic is you literally can't make it worse by drawing close. It can only improve. So therefore, you may as well put a bowl close if you're Paul.
Oh, same bowl again will be perfection. It's not far away. He is not far away.
Dive. Needs it to dive.
And sit.
And sit down. And sit down anytime.
Oh.
Nick just going, it needs to just let it sit down there. If it sits down before the next bowl and touches the jack, is it a touch or anybody?
Good
Like
question
before the
there.
next bowl's played? I don't know. It's not going to sit down though, and there's no floorboards here to jump up and down on. So it's two great bowls from Paul Anderson. Absolutely exceptional. And Peter Ireland now has a decision to make. I think we're going to see weight played, but I don't know how quick the bowl will be. Oh, thank you, Mount Maunganui team. We're just tapping them on the shoulder and going, oh, there's a camera behind you. And here we go. The Rab on the forehand. What weight?
Needs to hold a
I
little
don't
more.
think it's going to hold long enough. Ooh.
Oh, I thought he might
Wow.
be fortunate
How-
enough to cut out one, but not to be.
Isn't bowls a crazy sport? It's held long enough to literally feather a bowl up and over once. Okay, talk us through the logic here, Terry. What do? You're holding 4 if you're Mount Maunganui. Any attacking bowl is probably going to kill it here, I think, from Featherstone. So what do you do if you're Mount Maunganui?
Well, I think what's really cool is we see them talking about what shot Peter is about to play, talking about his options. And from there you can work backwards, right? Yeah, I don't know. Where is that jack going? If he were to hit that blue square, Peter. I don't know if it's going out the side or if it'll actually jam in a fair bit. I don't know. I think you get another one in there, to be honest. Just sit short of it. I think could be the ideal shot. Again, you're not going to make the target any bigger, really, although Maybe he will.
Good bowl. Yep, and he's sort of counting as, I think they're probably holding 5 now, and you just cross your fingers and see what's left if and when the dust settles here. So Peter Island under huge pressure. Beautiful end from the Mount Maunganui team. On the forehand, and he's not far away here. What's happening in collision? Watch the collision bowl. Watch the collision bowl.
Oh, look at that. What
Good
timing
shot
from Nick Tomset. But a brilliant cut down from Peter Ireland.
What's the yellow bowl worth?
That's
you
the
can just
answer
drive
to
it
your
off
question.
and make 3 of it. Okay. So Paul's saying discretion's a better part of valour, and just draw, and if you're slightly overweight, 2 rolls on that yellow bowl makes 4. He's very close to it as well here, Nick. If he
Any movement on the
just a
jack's a
well-played bowl,
bonus. I think that was... unless you're driving that yellow off, I think that's the way to play it, is draw another shot, and if you move the jack, that's a bonus.
He played that really well too, the weight-wise. But what a shot from Peter Ireland to cut that down from about 300 shots to 1. And it's going to be 3-all after 4 ends here.
I'm pleased that we got to see where the jack would go. Like I said, I wasn't convinced it was shooting out the side there. It did feel like it was going to lock off that bowl, and sure enough, we saw it come bouncing back to what would have been the right of our screen.
He played it lovely weight too, Peter, to keep the jack in bounds. Got it square. It's a very good bowl. I've been impressed with Peter's bowls so far in this game as we reach the 5th end. And Nathan going forehand round the clock here, which is interesting. How's the weight?
Yeah, I think, based on his facial expressions, I wasn't expecting that to be as close as what it was, but it's a really good start.
I've known him for a while. He's got pretty high standards. He would have been, he'll be disappointed.
Okay.
Most of us mere mortals would be pleased to have got that close to the jack, but Nathan would have expected better from himself.
Needs a little more from Les.
Have you been to Featherston before, Terry? That part of our country?
Yes, I feel like I have.
Well,
where were we? Where were we, Alex, in March this year? Was that Featherston?
No, but it's very near Featherston where we were.
Where were we?
I don't recall the name of the place.
It was beautiful.
It was
anyway.
near. It was by Featherston. It is a lovely area of the country. My great grandfather was from Featherston, Terry, Joseph Saber. He ran a drapier's shop there for many years. So I think I still have some cousins in that part of the country.
Nice.
Yeah.
Well, Nathan
something to talk about.
gave Les a helping hand there. Les looking to make his correction.
Just a little bit on the high side, isn't it? Lovely effort. It's been a nice game of bowls to watch this one. Lots of effective bowls so far, so the heads are changing. It's not one of those games where the jack is unbothered by, appears to be unbothered by any bowls, as we see Don rolling here on his backhand. This is a lovely shot if he gets the full running.
Oh.
Well played. A little bit of chalk. Peter just saying we're 2 down, draw on the backhand. Amazing how effective hand signals can be, isn't it, in bowls, Terry?
Yeah, that's so important, really. Just that extra layer of communication. Ensuring that the right information is being passed on to your teammates. This should come into a reasonable home.
You can do it quite subtly as well. I've seen it in teams before. Say if your opposition is on the understanding that something is a situation on the head and you don't necessarily want them to change that opinion. There can be some pretty subtle hand gestures from, you see it in pairs a lot, from the lead through to the skips, if they're up or down on the head and how many. Something that the skipper's looking for.
Stewart with another chance now. I think he's got the weight to hold up that line, doesn't he? We did see on the first end that he swallowed the jack, and here we go again. Not quite.
Try. Lovely effort.
Yeah, it's always nice, you know, when you've given it a chance.
Paul on the backhand.
Already playing so well this game.
Oh, he's played some absolute top-notch bowls, hasn't he? And is this another one here? How's your weight, Paul?
Oh, brilliant to watch.
Great
so
shot.
That adds a third
See this?
shot for Mount Maunganui.
The stickered bowls of the Mount Maunganui team are peppering the jack. It feels a little bit like Featherstone probably needs to step up just that half a gear, eh? You know, there's been enough ends in a row now where Peter has done a little bit of salvaging. I fear that they might drop a number if they don't just step it up a little bit.
Yeah, that's it. It does feel like that Bay of Plenty side have been building the better heads, perhaps. But great for Featherstone to, you know, for the score to be locked in at 3 all.
Oh, of the two
Despite
teams, Featherstone will be pretty pleased at 3 apiece, right? You think,
Yeah.
cool, this is good. We know we're not playing as well as we can, and we're all square. Whereas Mount Maunganui will be going, we're playing as well as we can.
Look at this.
And we're all square.
Oh,
Down.
brilliant
That's a lovely
shot.
bowl.
Great
Beautiful
bowl
shot.
is the call.
Tucked in behind as well, so hard to get rid of.
Really well played too.
Might even be the shot there. It's level with the jack.
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me. Paul, though, it's a bit racy with this one, I think.
Yeah. Just slightly overplayed. Good green.
Yeah, they haven't got one back there, though. They do now. A measure. is
Peter
the
just
call.
saying it's a measure. Same again. Well, we can't play the same again, but on the backhand again.
Yeah, there's no red bowl to
Oh.
use this time. Oh, no, is he?
Is he on his,
He's on the
on
backhand.
his forehand?
Oh, forehand. Is he
Oh, he's
lefty?
left-handed, yeah.
Well, in that case, he is on the forehand.
Interesting.
I don't
Lovely
mind.
delivery.
I don't mind that call. It's just a matter of getting that line right, I think. So that
How's
you're
your weight,
not-
Steve? Oh, not far out of the count. Well, this is interesting, isn't it? Because it's all cluttered up the front. So, in reality, Nick only has the backhand, probably, just over the draw. I can't see any plants.
The
I can't see
news,
any...
the good news for Nick, though, I mean, he might even be holding, but even if he isn't, you know, a touch on Paul's bowl will be enough to get the shot. He might draw it himself. He has been drawing really well, and that is Don's red bowl waiting if the jack were to move as well. So I do feel like Nick has, you know, the better options here.
Makes
Whereas
his way down.
I think Peter, you know, unless anything changes, he probably has to be that little bit more perfect.
Yeah, I agree. I think, as you say, that bowl of Don's, that red bowl of Don's at 8 o'clock to the jack is very helpful because it means you can slightly overplay it, and if you snick the jack, it's just as likely to go to that red bowl as anything else. He's on a good track here, Terry.
Yeah, needs to dive a little harder.
When's it going to let go? Great effort. He was thinking exactly what you were suggesting, just try and skirt past that short blue bowl of Nathan's and cannon up pulls or snick the jack over to the red. Now, Peter, what do you play? on his backhand. Got a very interesting grip, doesn't he? Very much a
It's quite loose
sort of
grip.
cups the bowl.
Yeah, he does really well actually, because he's got a bit of that scoopy delivery.
Well, that was a commentator's curse.
So, sorry, what was the call there from Paul? Alex, did you hear? Was he saying commit to that weight or drop a bit of weight?
Drop a foot of weight and you'll get a result. So he's saying your line's perfect.
Yeah.
Just take off a smidgen of weight and your bowl will break. He's pushed it wide though. Be interesting to see if he made the correction on his weight, because that'll tell us something about how he's feeling. Probably overcorrected there, I think, just based on where it's pulled up to. And Peter engrossed in a conversation with someone.
That makes Peter's bowl a little bit harder, doesn't it? He needs to be around Paul's bowl, and Nick's bowl might stop that.
Yeah, you can. It's like you're reading his mind. He's going to play the forehand and just try and find a way. To be honest, if Featherston drop a 1 here, that's not the end of the world.
Yeah.
Again, it's an end where they'll be pleased to have got away with a 1 up or a 1 down. And
Just
I think
this one wide as well.
Yeah.
Do they favour their shot, I wonder?
Maybe. I suspect Peter thought, there's probably not a huge amount that we can actually do here. So just try and let it out nice. So remember, Featherston's bowl is to the left of the jack, the one that sits at 9 o'clock.
Yeah, brilliant bowl there by Steve it was. 1 to Featherston.
1 to Featherston. Oh, what a shot from Steve Willis. And 4-3 the score after 5 ends in this Laser Eye Centre Champ of Champ 4s. And on that note, just like to thank and acknowledge the Laser Eye Centre for coming on board as major sponsors for our Champ of Champ series for this year. We're well through now. We're into the 4s, so 1 more weekend to go. 5 weekends in a row of this Champ of Champ series, and the Laser Eye Centre being fantastic supporters. We'll talk a little later on this afternoon to Melissa, who's our expert from the Laser Eye Centre, about what it is that they do and try and answer some questions. But really, there's nothing to lose in booking a free assessment at the Laser Eye Centre. Their phone number is really easy to remember. It's 0800 733 2020, or you can just Google Laser Eye Centre, where you can find them at lasereyecenter.co.nz and book your free appointment. If you do follow through and end up investing and bringing your vision back to 2020, there is a special, what do you call it? What's the word I'm looking for? A special is probably the word.
Yeah,
with
a
your
discount.
bowl sub number. So if you find your bowl sub number and quote it to the Laser Eye Centre, there is a discount for bowlers for that. So I think a pretty cool deal. I'm looking forward to talking to Melissa later on this afternoon. Nathan.
Well, Featherston have opted for that, slightly shorter length again. Nathan responding really well.
Les on the forehand.
Yeah, really lovely bowl. Les the stud, they call him.
Right. Have you written these down, or have you committed them to memory?
Both. I have written them down, but I didn't read it.
How could you forget? Oh, it's a great bowl from Les.
Oh, not too far away here. Just going to duck.
Good weight. It just, in that last little bit of running, the bowls seem to turn quite a lot on that end, don't they?
So, Peter calling Stewart on his backhand.
I thought you were going to tell me Stuart's nickname then.
That'll come out.
You just
Again, no real context to any of these. I was hoping that there'd be some stories behind them, and I'm sure there are.
Oh, the Rab made sense because it's Peter Rabbit.
Yeah, I feel like there was
I
more
won't.
to it, but it's all right. I said, well, I'll have to leave anyone tuning in. It will have to be up to their imagination.
Make their own decisions.
That's it.
As I said, I'd be in favour of him being renamed after our former New Zealand rugby coach.
Graham Henry.
Uh,
What's Graham Henry's nickname? Ted.
Yeah, Ted. Yeah.
Well, it can be.
I think it's a good idea. I think that it would be make just as much sense as the Rab.
It could stick, couldn't it? If we
How's the weight?
say it more often enough. This is
Yeah, I'll start
really
calling him
good.
Ted and we'll see how it goes. This is a lovely bowl here.
Needs to stop there. Yeah, that's a good bowl. What are we going to see
Don
here?
rolling on his forehand.
Well, he might land that last bowl. Oh, he got the outside of it though.
Oh, it was a good try. I think they've been in Mount Maunganui for 2 or 3 years now, Terry.
There you go.
So his wife played with Paul Anderson and Nathan Arledge in the Bowls Through 5, and Don was the manager of that team. Lovely area, Mount Maunganui. Always sunny.
I remember you dragging me up the mount there one time.
I did. Yeah, that did happen. Not sure I'd make it up the mount now. Seems like a long way up.
Oh, another great effort from Featherston.
I think these short ends certainly suit Featherston more than the long ones, eh? You see more effective bowls, more even heads on these short ends so far.
Yeah, that's it. Those longer ones certainly favour Mount Maunganui. They just crowd the jack, don't they? Paul,
How's this here
man,
from
he's
Paul?
on fire.
Oh,
That's probably made it harder, unfortunately, for the Mount Maunganui team. Such a good bowl, though. Haven't seen him miss, really, have we?
no, not by much.
Well, Steve wasn't far away that first one. How's his speed? How's his line?
No, it looks like it's diving in on to my eyes. So, what do we think? Featherston holding 1.5 there. What's the bowl? No, just one. You've got Mount Maunganui at 6 o'clock and 3 o'clock. Who's the next closest Featherston bowl? 7.
If I were Paul, I'd be drawing another one close. And if you manage to edge that yellow bowl, which I think he... Oh, no, he's just going to hold past it. Feather of the jack even.
I don't know how he found the gap. That's
yeah,
unbelievable.
just a little edge of something to open it up would have been really useful for Nick. And he wasn't far away.
It's quite incredible that we're staring down a 4-3 scoreline. You're in the background there, Terry.
Oh, hello.
See that back left? I won't wave.
I'll need to pull those curtains down. Right.
So on the crossover, Featherston holding a very good shot. Peter Island with a decision to make. It would be nice to get a second shot here. Nick isn't afraid of having a nibble at it. Maybe they're at that point if Mount Maunganui goes, well, we've got second and third shot. Maybe they will get aggressive. So Peter will be looking just to draw another bowl anywhere. Yeah, I do wonder if there's merit just going this bowl if you're Nick Tomset, Terry. If the jack goes back, you've got a bowl. Where do you have a bowl? Oh, you don't have a bowl at 6 o'clock.
No.
I think have a nibble anyway.
As in,
what are the chances of it going
chipping
badly?
it out and hoping that you're not getting any jack movement?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's not what
Okay,
he's
well, now
doing.
Now you want this bowl to stay on the rink if it goes clean. Look, they've got so many seconds here. They've got second, third, and fourth shot. I think we'll see Nick try and chip the bowl out. Although I might disagree with myself because looking at the back of the head, are there any Mount Maunganui bowls back there, Terry?
No, that's all in favour of Featherstone. So
Oh, no. It would be so tempting. I mean, you'd want to chip it, but no. I take back my statement. I think it's just slightly too risky. You could roll through that yellow bowl.
yeah, I was thinking, could you still play it, but just with a more controlled weight? That might be the
Yes.
call.
That's the look. Paul's like, you can see it on his face. He's thinking, well, you could chip it out, but if you get it square and the jack goes clean through either the gap to the left or the right, where 2 or 3 down, I think you're right, Terry. You're playing weight a metre over. You're
Yeah, and
looking
that
to
way, if he doesn't get the outside, if he does get it square, they do have Nathan's bowl directly behind that jack, that blue one.
yeah. You want to play weight that if you miss it square, you're not going to go more than 1 down. So if you miss onto that yellow, thank you, Nathan. If you miss onto the yellow bowl dead square, the jack, you don't want it to be flying too far, I don't think. Although the temptation is just to wind up, so I have no idea what's coming here.
An opportunity anyway. He is going quick.
Yeah,
Gonna hold. I like the call.
yeah. I think ultimately I like the call also, because they backed with that weight that if they hit it, the jack was going to kill. Right? If they got it too square, you're just backing that it's not going to go clean past one way or the other. If you chip it out, you get a 3. Yeah. Yep. That's fine. And ultimately, though, Featherstone has scored another shot, so 5-3 now, I think the score will be. It's been a fascinating game to watch, hasn't it?
Yeah, that's right. I mean, Featherstone have been playing good bowls. I just feel like Mount Maunganui have probably had maybe, 3 ends where, it felt like they were going to score a multiple and just haven't been able to. And that's more been a result of, Featherstone just getting in there, really.
I think the Featherstone team have played really good bowls at the right times. Like when required, there's been, as you say, 3 ends where Mount Maunganui's probably gone 6 or 7 out of 8 good shots, and Featherstone have been at sea for a lot of the end, and then either Peter or Steve have come through and played an absolute bomb, and they find themselves 5-3 up.
And what's kind of funny, I guess, is that first end, Featherstone were holding 2 out the back there, and it was Nick who drew 2 beauties
Bang,
on
bang.
that first end. That's 2 of their 3 shots scored. They've had brilliant ends since then and only managed to score 1. So, like you say, a fascinating game.
It's a proper game of bowls, this one. The short ends that Featherstone is favouring, so they get more effective bowls around the head on those shorter ends. Are they yellow or green shoes, Terry?
They're yellow shoes. Very yellow.
What colour are the bowls, please?
Also very yellow.
Cool. And the shirt?
Red and yellow.
Cool. Just checking. It's either all lime green or all yellow. It's one or the other.
Yep. No, they're very bold yellow. I like it.
Cool. I like the colour coordination anyway from Les. I think that's quite nice. How's this here from Nathan Arledge? How's your weight? He's got the perfect green. How's the weight?
Oh, that's
a lovely
so
bowl.
well played. Really well judged.
Incredible shot. Ted there asking Stuart to play the backhand.
You wait till I have a chat post-game and tell him that I've ditched the Rab and we've assigned him a new nickname.
We cannot be the first people to notice a similarity. Just hoping for a clean run now from Stuart. Anything past the head is always a chance of being helpful, as we see Don rolling on his forehand.
Yeah, he's another one that's been pretty steady.
Right in the area all the time, eh?
Yeah, that's
good green. And sit. So Stuart will be looking just to make his correction with this one. Ideally, if he could draw even another second shot, it'd be a very nice bowl. It's a little bit heavy and a little bit wide last time. It's going to be a rinse and repeat of the first bowl, I think.
Yeah, well, a
Under
better
the
line
line.
anyway, which Peter acknowledged.
So for the Mount Maunganui team, you look at this head and you think, well, we've got the shot. So most of the Mount Maunganui team's bowls are going to be on that forehand side until something changes. Because if you're adding bowls on the forehand side, which is to the left of your screen, you're not making the target any bigger for Featherstone playing the backhand side.
Yep, that's correct.
It's about trying to protect the one shot that you do have, as we see Steve Willis on his forehand, because he's a left-handed, which makes it nice and confusing for everyone.
Oh, he's
Beautiful line.
oh,
that's
another
a great
good
effort.
second.
It does feel reasonably well protected, that shot bowl of Nathan's, though, doesn't it? Do you think the jack moves if the bowl
Yeah.
gets cannoned out?
Yeah, I think now where Steve's placed his bowl, we would see the jack sliced backwards. Look at this
How's
from
your weight,
Paul.
Paul?
He might just run through a little.
Handy spot there.
Yeah, I think that's the area the jack's going, and that's 3 of the Mount Maunganui bowls there.
You expect Steve to play a similar bowl again. Came out nicely. Very smooth delivery has Steve Willis.
How's the speed? I think he's given up on this one.
Sorry, Steve.
They might change the Mount
He
Maunganui's.
has blocked the forehand. Now, this is interesting, right? Because if you're Mount Maunganui, it actually feels more important that they score a shot rather than multiples here. I think if we put ourselves in their shoes, Mount Maunganui's thinking, look, we'll just score one shot, get control of the jack again, and move on from there. So it's not even about trying to score multiples. I'd be surprised if Paul is short, therefore, because you don't want to make the target any bigger.
You don't probably want to move it. Oh,
Yeah.
that's not too bad. But it has changed. Yeah, nah. That's probably a bit unfortunate.
It surprises me that they tried to go close there. I think you should just be happy with your one.
Yeah, the more I looked at it,
But
the
also,
more
what are the chances you're going to guts the jack on the backhand, I suppose? Bit unlucky.
Yeah, I think the more I looked at it, the more I thought, well, you wouldn't want to be just wide of it. You wouldn't want to move the jack, and you wouldn't want to run into Steve's bowl because, if you're sitting out Nathan's blue one, I think that would have helped out the Featherstone Bowling Club. Anyway, he still played a good bowl. He's still holding shot.
Well, we've blinked and it's quite a different head. Does Peter just go the shot bowl?
Is that what he's looking at, do you think?
I think he is. I think you just go the shot bowl on either hand, probably the forehand, because you need less weight on the forehand, which is to the left as you see it.
I am looking at it from his end, where he's standing on the mat, and it does look very inviting.
We can see a foot there. Maybe he'll draw a second shot, then have a nibble.
Yeah, fair enough. There is room to draw it. Quite wide out there already, and of course the jack is off centre. Wouldn't want to take away that option, and he hasn't.
Oh, lots of things sitting down all over the place. So, Nick, what's the story for Nick here? What do you think is going through his mind? Terry?
Oh, he'll just be looking to draw one, wouldn't he? I don't think it really matters which hand he plays here.
I'd be tempted for the
No,
backhand.
I like the forehand, if I'm being honest.
Oh, well, you're a better bowler than me, so I'll bow to your greater ability.
I think it's more just
What was
having
your logic
one
for the forehand? Just a better space for the bowl to finish in.
possibly, yeah, 2 things. I think having one on that side would be quite helpful as, another bowl on the head.
Yeah.
They wouldn't peel out together if he were to go it. And also, if he did draw the shot there, right on top of the jack, that makes Peter's bowl a lot harder as well. I do like the idea of beating your opposition to it.
I don't think Peter's going to call this one home. So it's now a chance for a bonus bowl here from Nick Tomset to draw the game at 5 apiece and then get Nate to deliver the jack to their length. So an important bowl here from Nick. Be really wanting to make this worth 2 shots.
Well, his line was really good that first time.
How's the weight?
Just needs to finish now.
Where did it go?
Yep.
Oh, there it is.
Yep, just on the right wing. That was
2,
enough
yeah,
for 2.
good shot.
So that levels the score once again. And I'm
It's a very
sure...
well played bowl.
Oh, definitely. And I'm sure we will see a longer
2 to 2,
length
right?
now.
Yep. Oh.
Just calling Paul up to take over the reins for a second.
There, very good. Long end, and then Nathan will just go bang, bang. Bowls Mount Maunganui emblazoned on their caps. They're wearing indoors. Always makes me chuckle. Same thing with the, and I do it too with the bowls cloth, your comfort blanket. I can't play bowls without a comfort blanket. It doesn't matter if I'm inside or outside. You see there, Les has got one too. Just nice to have.
Yeah, I think if you're used to holding on to it, it makes sense that you just stick with that.
On the forehand. Longer end. 5 apiece. It's been a great exhibition of bowls, this one, to start off our Laser Eye Centre Champ 4's broadcast. 2 days, of course, of bowls to go. And if you are in the Auckland area, it's all being played. It's at Newland and Royal Oak, isn't it? So the broadcast is at Royal Oak or Newland. So pop into either today or tomorrow to have a nosy, and then finals day at the Royal Oak Bowling Club. Great facilities. The menu's fantastic at both clubs. So you can get something to eat and drink whilst you watch bowlers from all over the country battle it out. And Nathan knew the moment he let that bowl go that it was short. He used to play Terry with Henselite Alphas. Do you remember those bowls?
No, that's not one that I'm overly familiar with.
Well, to say that they were popular would be to overstate it somewhat. As we see Les play, what a bowl.
That's brilliant.
Resting toucher on a long end, and a bit of chalk will come out. Nathan used to play with Inside Alphas. I think Riker Gregory did as well. And Simon Poppleton's the other one. And everyone else who tried the Alphas, shall we say, found them challenging. But those 3 players could make them walk on water. So for a very long time, Nathan played with the Alphas. Quite a tight-lined bowl from memory. So it used to go walking all over the place because the bowls didn't break back in. So you get on a green that's a little bit uneven, and most players just couldn't figure out what green to take. But Nate was always good with them.
Well, sounds like a good switch anyway.
How's this here from Stuart Campbell?
Yeah,
Isn't
pretty
it interesting that the Featherston team has been avoiding these longer ends because they weren't playing that well on the longer ends earlier. They've lost an end, dropped a 2. Mount Mauganui's delivered a long end where it was supposed to go. And we've seen 2 of the closest bowls from Featherston's front 4 that we have all game.
Yeah, and it was possibly not so much that they weren't going great on it, but really just a reflection of how well Mount Maunganui were playing to those longer lengths.
That's true.
They weren't really giving the Featherston team a lot of wriggle room.
We did see that, didn't we? Seemed like there were 5 shots within a couple of feet of the jack coming in this direction, actually, from the Mount Maunganui team earlier in this game.
Yeah, Stewart from 2 was lined up twice with aggression. This one's going to be good with a touch.
Try. Don Rowling has played his 2 bowls, so it's up to Uh, Paul
Paul.
Anderson now has played some lovely shots in this game.
Yeah, he's probably been the most consistent, I think, of all
He's a
8
very
players.
well-known bowler from the Bay of Plenty Centre is Paul Anderson.
Outside of it.
Paul, Nick, Don and Nathan all have some indoor bowls connections. Can't have a commentary without me mentioning that, but Don, as we discussed, we knew him from the Waikato Terry, where him and his wife played indoor bowls there. Nate played outdoor first, but dabbles in indoor at the Gate Par Indoor Club with Anthony Ulay. And Paul Anderson, I think, won a club title at BHP, which is in Cambridge, isn't it? Before he took up outdoor bowls.
Oh, there you go.
And that's all I know.
I did see a number of indoor bowlers out there today.
Mike Leggett is here.
We did have a joke, that this isn't indoor bowls, although, funnily enough, it kind of is.
Sort of, just undercover but massive.
Yeah. So Paul unable to change the situation there.
We've really seen Steve start to find his line and length in the last 3 or 4 ends. See if he can make this one count. To here it's not far away, but watch it at the end. It's just going to dive. Lovely try. Which is exactly what Peter Ireland said verbatim.
You've actually quoted each other a few times throughout this game.
Have we?
Yeah.
He must be a wise man.
Steve had really nice weight there, I thought. Just had a slightly tight line.
It's interesting that Les's shot bowl, that front toucher, has stayed there for this entire end. It's not that often that you draw a front toucher with your first bowl as a lead, and it's still sitting there by the time the skips come down to play, is it?
No, not all that often, but always happy if that's the case, aren't you?
Oh, it's nice if as a lead, if your bowl can stay where you've put it.
This can't be far away.
Oh, thank you, Paul. He's very close here. Look at this from Nick Thompson. Little feather around the corner. Goodness gracious me. They've been very close a few times now to very good results, the Mount Maunganui team. What do you do if you're Peter? Terry, you're holding one.
Yeah, that does make it trickier, doesn't it?
Well, the problem is the yellow bowl is touching the jack. So anything on the forehand is fraught with danger because the yellow bowl needs a little tap to pop the jack out to the right and you've solved the farm. But I don't think you can really play the backhand either because of Nick's good bowl there. Nick's next bowl is going to be on the backhand. I don't know. I've got no thoughts.
Well,
it's hard.
On that forehand, because that's Steve's bowl, the middle of those short 3 that we see in front of the yellow. I don't know. I feel like that would almost be the best option, just sort of roll that in. It is sort of on a nice rolly little angle, isn't it? That dark green bowl.
I can see that. And I think that's probably what Peter was looking to play there. That's a lovely effort. His weight's perfect regardless. And now for Nick. You can probably stretch it out a bit, add 3 or 4 feet to your last bowl because you've got chances, haven't you?
Yeah, that's his
Reaching
teammate's red bowl through there. He can use his last one.
Yeah. Cannon Don's bowl square onto the yellow, and if you're wide, you'll wick off your own bowl onto the jack or the shot bowl. Worst case scenario, in theory, is 1 down at the 2 metre mark, and you're 1 down as it is. So you may as well overplay it rather than underplay it here, I feel, for Nick Thompson.
Yeah.
Came out smooth as silk. When's it going to let go? Look, that's such good weight, and it's just waiting to turn. Perfect weight. Goodness.
He has been playing with really good weight, hasn't he? once they
I've
start
been
connecting,
impressed.
I think it is
Put
reasonably
yourself.
safe
You go.
for Ted there. Safe for him to roll in
I'm
that
looking
bowl of
forward to
steams.
hearing Peter's response to being told that his nickname is now Ted and not the Rab. He's
Oh, look
close
at
here as
this.
well.
Run.
This could be incredible. Little feather. Oh, great
Oh.
effort.
Gee, he wasn't far away
Nice
at all.
end. And one to Featherston. They lead
So-
6-5.
Where do they put the jack now, Alex?
Well, I was just wondering that because they've just played a really good end on it. I don't know. I don't know. Peter might know. So this is where, as a lead, you look to your skip and go, well, are they standing anywhere? And if they are standing somewhere, yep, does that mean that's where I'm delivering the jack to? And that's pretty much as clear as you could possibly be if you're Peter.
Yeah.
This is where I would like the jack, please, and thank you. They're heavy jacks here because it's an indoor arena, so they tend to roll on further than you think they might.
Yeah, I think, well, what I've noticed is
Keep going, Peter.
in, what do you call it, on the grass greens, that jack almost feels like a third bowl, doesn't it, just to get your weight. But when you
Yes.
come in and play on something like this, it's quite a different sense of weight, so you can't really gather too much information from that jack throw.
That's right. Yeah, the jacks have to be. I can't remember how much heavier they are. They're a heavier jack, so that they don't jump up as easily as an outdoor jack. The logic being, you're inside, you don't want a jack to be bouncing off the green and smashing windows and hitting people. So the yellow jacks, the indoor jacks, are heavier, which means that they tend to run a bit further than you would expect.
Oh, lovely bowl by Nathan.
Yeah, good bowl from Nathan.
Both leads have really done their job, haven't they?
Yeah, it's been a good battle, really. Nathan he's probably had one or two ends where he's been exceptional, but other than that, it's been very much an even battle of good bowls from Les and Nathan. That was your fault, Terry.
Yeah, I'll take the blame for that one. Sorry, Les.
Does Nathan stay on his forehand here?
Yeah, interested to know.
Oh, look at this. Here's a replay of some... No, okay. That was quite exciting for a second. It's a lovely graphic, that replay graphic.
So he has chosen to stay on the same hand, and he's played it pretty well so long as it gets that lovely finish that we have seen.
Yeah, that's a great bowl there from Nathan Arledge. Well played.
Plenty of room based on that.
Well, there's a lesson there, isn't there, for particularly leads going off the front, is that often a bowl that might look like it's in your way isn't in outdoor bowls. You know, that the yellow bowl would have been in his eye on the forehand, but you go, I've just played a good bowl. It's easier to make a little correction rather than switch hands entirely. I'll stay on the forehand side, and that's just what he did. Don Bean switched to the backhand though, which is fair enough.
He's out on a nice line as well.
Yeah, this is a great effort here from Don Rolling.
Beautiful to
bowl.
watch.
It's a good head building here for this Mount Maunganui team, and that it's a little bit ironic that we may see two ends in a row where the favoured length goes against the team that's delivered it there.
Yeah, that's it.
Plenty of time to go in this end yet.
Oh, look at this reply if he connects. Not
Oh,
quite.
good try.
Well, Mount Maunganui will know that they've had heads like this before and not managed to score, or not score as many as they would have liked.
Yeah, it's about, I think, them holding on to one of these numbers, eh? How's the weight here from Don? Clean run is fine. That's a good bowl. 4 nice bowls here from the Mount Maunganui team at this stage.
Yeah, that's a really lovely head. Good to have a position bowl in there early. Particularly when you're holding, and you know, these guys aren't afraid to look for movement.
And we saw early on Stuart the 2 be called to attack it. in the first few ends.
Yeah, I was almost half expecting it.
From this bowl of Steve's, but he's opted for the draw on the forehand, and Peter Ireland is staring it down as though he thinks it's close, because it is close. That's a great shot.
Yeah, lovely
Again,
second
cutting it down
bowl.
to 1.
Lovely second bowl, and has sort of put the jack in a place where it's easier to move now, isn't it?
Can you try and rest through that bowl, or do you wait? Do you just stack it up and get Nick to get rid of it? You're almost just putting thirds and fourths around the place, and then see if there's a way to get rid of that second shot with Nick's bowl.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't mind it. Rolling it.
What hand would you be
through.
rolling it through on?
Yeah, it's a little bit awkward, which is maybe why they might hold off. And they are.
Feels like a 50-50 call. This is close here.
Looking at that angle, I probably would have almost been tempted to go the forehand. If you
This could be
were.
so unlucky. That's so unlucky. I mean, it's a well-played bowl. I would state that that's unlucky because he's half locked in Steve Willis's bowl now because it's leaning against Paul's shot. So how are you supposed to get rid of it with any sense of ease? It's a great shot from Paul, but it's just unbelievable that the head's sat that way. They've played essentially 5 out of 5 very effective shots here, and it's hard to see Mount Maunganui scoring more than a 2 at the way it sits.
Yeah, it feels like an opportunity for a multiple is lost at this stage, but you never know what might happen.
Peter, I like this. He's still going, look, we can score here.
So you might not have picked up on that, but Peter just announced Stuart's nickname. He said if you pick up the jack, that'll go towards Gumby.
Gumby.
Yep, so Gumby is Stuart, and as we can see, Stuart's sort of bluey green bowl is just to the left of our screen there in front of the red bowl.
So Stuart is Gumby.
Yes. Again,
I can see why you wanted a little bit of context.
Yeah, no real context.
Gumby.
But as you can see, they do refer to each other as their nicknames. So when we've got Les the Stud.
The Stud. Gumby.
Stuart, Gumby.
Ted.
Steve. We haven't had Steve's one yet, but he is Steamy.
Steamy Steve.
Yes. I was maybe thinking he might be quite an aggressive player, but we haven't seen that from Steve. We've seen that from Gumby.
Like a steam train.
And of course,
interesting.
Peter the Rab, who we're now calling him Ted in reference to Graham Henry.
Yep. Yep. That he looks exactly like.
Exactly.
Tell me that is not Graham Henry.
Let me just do a side by side. So, what are they looking at playing here? I think what he was calling before, just moving that jack to Gumby.
On the backhand, with that very distinctive grip where his thumb is essentially on the bias. Gets it away nicely though.
Oh, he's on a
Ends
good
it dropping.
track.
He can't be far away here.
He's real
Look
close.
at this here. How's he weight? Oh, I thought he had that. I actually thought he had that all the way. And again, we've seen Featherston. They've turned this head around 4 or 5 bowls ago. You'd be thinking to yourself, well, Mount Maunganui is probably going to score a fistful here. And the Mount will do well to score a 2. Fascinating game of bowls that we've been treated to. Remembering that Featherston, this is a must-win game for Featherston after they were defeated in their first round match, whereas Mount Maunganui has a win under their belt, don't they?
Yes, that's correct.
No harm there, Nick. Just staying away from the head. and saying, if you're good enough to play the bowl, Peter, well, good on you. So it's not making it any easier for the Featherston team.
Well, he wasn't
Peter
far
was
away.
very close with his first bowl.
It's only needs another roll or two of weight, which I think he's got this time. Or doesn't want it. Okay.
Oh,
He
I
hasn't
liked
made
the
it
weight.
worse.
I liked the weight of the second bowl and the green of the first. It's when you want to be playing pairs and have a third go.
Yeah, that's
Bonus bowl opportunity here for Nick Tomset.
on a pretty good path, I feel.
He's had a lot of success too, Nick. I think back-to-back New Zealand singles semi-finals from memory. And maybe a New Zealand pairs semi-final where he led for Dan Dickerson. 1 to the Mount Maunganui team. We're tied up here, folks. 6 apiece after 9 ends of the 15. 6 ends to go. So it's a 6-end game now. 6 apiece, and 12 shots scored in 10 ends shows you how tight this game has been. It's been a story of some exceptional, well-timed bowls from that Featherston team, Terry.
Yeah, that's it. And that was another head that was building up really nicely from Mount Maunganui, and unfortunately Paul's bowl was almost too good.
He was unlucky. He was unlucky to do what he did, for sure.
Yeah, just negated any opportunity for a big multiple. Nathan, forehand again.
On the forehand, Les O'Donovan.
Well,
He's not far away.
He drew a toucher coming down this direction last time. And he's just about done it again.
Oh, just about.
That held a long way, I feel. Felt like it was
at the end of its track it did, didn't it?
Yeah.
Nathan
Looks more a chance.
needs it to keep running.
Will we
Good
see
try.
a change of hands here?
I don't think we will. I say with confidence. Has he got a yellow microfiber cloth as well, Terry?
Yes. Not as bold as the shoes or the bowls or the shirts, but yellow. It was.
I'm very impressed with the colour coordination. The moment he let it go, he knew that it was not as good as he would have liked it to have been. And now you just hope as a lead that it comes back into a reasonable space. And look, that's fine. That bowl's all good there. Particularly when the players start switching to that backhand side, which is to the right as we see it. It's half a chance of becoming really useful, that bowl of Les O'Donovan's that's finished at the 8 o'clock position.
It's in the area once again, Don rolling.
Good shot.
Yeah, possibly gone down, but he has been quite consistent. Quite often see those red bowls in the head.
Mm. On the backhand, nice delivery. Either needs to hold or to swing. So there's a 2.25 hour time limit here for this 15 ends of fours. And 3 out of 4 wins to qualify. Mount Maunganui won their first game. Featherston lost their first game. So essentially they'll consider themselves to be into post-section already, Featherston. You think, well, if I can't afford to lose another game, we'll call it post-section early. And it does happen that we sometimes see those teams go through all the way, doesn't it, Terry?
Yeah, I was just thinking that same thing. Nothing like a tune-up after that first game.
Of course, if you're watching and you want to find the results, they are available on Bowl Sub Aotearoa, which you can find on the Bowls New Zealand website and social media pages. If you Google Bowls New Zealand or type in bowlsnewzealand.co.nz, it's right there on the front page, the home page, the Laser Eye Centre Champ series. Click on that and there all the results will be. Clean run and sit. Well, it's a clean run.
1 out of 2 ain't bad.
Steve on the forehand.
It's got to be a good line, doesn't it? How's his speed?
I think he's under the line just a smidgen. Sort of takes it early on the delivery, so his bowls turn away. And Paul here, who's been playing so well this game. Not far away to there, Terry.
Yeah, we'll need it to run. Even get to that red
Look at that,
bowl.
just dive across the head. You'd say Mount Maunganui, are they holding the shot or are they one down to that bowl of Les O'Donovan's?
Yeah, I would think that the yellow's holding.
Because it's level with the jack, isn't it?
Yeah, and I'm just having a little look through the window as well. It is close, but I
Careful.
still favour the yellow.
Careful. Oh, that's okay. Won't be too upset. And I think for Nick, it's a simple decision here. You're just drawing twice. Although the yellow bowl's almost your jack here, isn't it? You're not really drawing to the jack. You turn the yellow bowl into your jack on the backhand. You beat that, and you're in.
Yep, that's it.
Paul just checking to make sure they are one down. Very stylish shoes indeed, aren't they, from Les?
Yeah, they
Look
are.
like they've got some airflow through the soles.
That's it.
And here we go, Nick Tomset on his backhand.
If he back edges Paul's bowl, that could be enough. Lovely line.
Beautiful green. Absolutely perfect green.
He'll be happy with that. Peter's turn now. Doesn't look to be too happy, that one.
Just got away on him a little bit there. And an opportunity for a correction here from Nick. He knows he's got his line perfect, so it's just the smallest of corrections on his weight. He's got his line.
Yeah, he looks to have
again.
corrected the speed as well. This is really close from Nick Tomset.
Yep. Nope.
Oh, look at that line. So good. The
That's
sit
two
might
nice
help.
bowls.
Now, I know it's out of the camera shot, but Peter's first bowl had perfect line as well.
This one looks on a tight line to me.
I'm not sure if he won't want to touch the jack, and he hasn't. Needs to hang about, and that could be the shot itself. Wowee.
That's a very good bowl there from Peter. Joe Edwards always says if you're holding, don't cut the centre line, don't cross the centre line, because that's the chance of giving the shot away. And I think there would have been maybe a couple of moments where the heart rate went up there for the Featherston team as Peter was on the tight side. You're thinking, oh, I don't want to snick the jack on the way through, but he may have made it two here. Two indicated there by Steve Willis. And it,
yet to be confirmed, but he does feel confident.
He's getting all excited.
Just going back.
Just stand by. Paul with some pretty snazzy shoes there as well, to be fair.
So, not to be confirmed yet, that second shot.
Okay, so one and a half. We'll call it 1.5.
So, we've taken out the Rabs last bowl.
Been a great game of bowls this. As we see our umpire. So both bowls are standing up. Usually you go to the bowl sitting flat first, but they're both standing up. You see there she's chocked that red bowl. Just go from the jack to the bowl. Oh. And she's chocked the yellow bowl as well. You'd think on both sides. Okay. Make a call, Terry. What do you reckon? Is it a yellow bowl or a red one?
I've called yellow twice earlier in the end from the camera angle and from having a little look out the window, so I can't backtrack now, can I?
I think it's a red.
Yeah, when I watched Paul's measure, it almost looked like a red there, and he must be confident.
Oh, this is great camera work. Oh, Lorna's going to come back to the yellow bowl. It's very close, isn't it?
Could it be a drawn between these two bowls? Oh, there you go.
One yellow by 4 cigarette papers.
And as a result, I feel like that's one to me over
2.
you.
Oh, it's 2 yellow. And I don't think... You can't have winners and losers in commentary, Terry.
We're a
I'm
team.
only saying that because I was wrong. And 8-6 will be the score to Featherston after 10 ends.
Yeah, so
15.
2/3 of the way through now. And so evenly contested. We haven't really seen the score blow out more than a 2-shot buffer, have we?
No, we haven't. It's been a really enjoyable game to watch, actually. I think Featherston have shown a lot of fight in this game. It would have been easy to, on a number of ends, to have folded, and they didn't early on when they were a bit scratchy. And then we've seen a very even battle from then on between Mount Maunganui and Featherston in this Laser Eye Centre Champ 4s. You can see there the Laser Eye Centre. Beautiful media wall in the background. If you want to book a free assessment, you can call the Laser Eye Centre on the toll-free number of 0800 733 2020.
So we
see come a long way, having spoken to Melissa. Terry, you look like you're about to say something, so I'll stop and I'll come back to the Laser Eye Centre after you've said your bit.
No, you go. I'm so sorry.
Okay. I was just going to talk about how it's been fascinating over the last 4 weeks to learn a little bit more about the state of sort of laser eye surgery now, because I think there's still a lot of misinformation from perhaps where the industry was 20 or 30 years ago. They can essentially, and this is a beautiful bowl from Les, what a shot.
Stunning.
With the Laser Eye Centre, they can essentially treat any challenge that you have with your eyes. It's not just if you're long-sighted, not just if you're short-sighted. There's a solution for astigmatism as well, which we think you might have. having discussed that, that's the one where at night time the lights are all streaky when you're driving. Essentially, it can fix anything. And there was a cool, what were we talking about with Melissa last week or the week before? If you have cataracts, they can do a 2-in-1 surgery with the laser eye thing, where it's a corrective surgery and it removes the cataracts as well. So you get 20/20 vision and get rid of the film that you have with a cataract. Fantastic anyway, and I'm looking forward to having a chat to Melissa a bit later on this afternoon. And if you can't wait for the conversation, just Google Laser Eye Centre or go to lasereyecentre.co.nz. They've got lots of Q&As there and easy ways to access that free assessment.
Yeah, wonderful.
Beautiful bowls.
Spiel there, Alex. And it has been so great talking to Melissa, hasn't it? She's so knowledgeable, really lovely, and you can tell that she's in it for the people as well.
What's happening here, Terry?
I'm not sure. I think he was waiting for instructions on which hand to play. He's now been instructed to play his forehand. A good head developing here for both teams, really. Of course, Les holding 2 shots. But Nathan waiting for any jack movement.
Yeah, nicely. It's an interesting lead battle when you look at those 4. Because Les obviously hit yellow's holding the shot, but the slightly better head is for Mount Maunganui because they've got those waiting bowls.
Yeah, that's it. I would probably be, slightly more stressed if I was Peter, purely because if that jack was moved, we don't have any position there yet.
And you saw there a lovely effort from Don Rowling, even with the weight that he played, just to tuck the jack around the corner. Wouldn't want to change too much if you were Don, because if Don misses past, there's then 4 bowls past ahead for Paul and Nick to play with. So it's not even about getting the shot, just drawing to that blue bowl of Nathan's that you see at 5 o'clock to the jack is probably a good bowl here for Don.
How's the weight?
He's not far away here, Terry. If he's kept that weight up, he's not far away.
Oh, look at this.
Lovely shot. What a bowl.
Well corrected.
Yeah, beautiful shot. Just what they needed, the Mount Maunganui team. And in a bit of trouble now, Featherston, because they've got no back bowls. What would you play here, Terry?
Well, just based on this camera angle, I was almost thinking, well, it would have been Steve's backhand, of course, because he's left-handed. More just to get in that gap, but yeah, now looking at it from here, there probably is more opportunity to promote that yellow or find the gap yourself. Or use the wing bowl. Wouldn't have got that on the other side of the rink. That helps their situation anyway.
It does.
Paul, I think his strength appears to be a really nice draw bowl, doesn't it?
Yeah.
If he could get on top of the jack, that would be brilliant.
So if you hit the front yellow, what happens? Terry, on the forehand, through the front yellow bowl, does it go clean or is there a little bit of jack movement?
I would be inclined to say clean, but there might be a slither of it.
Yeah, I'm not advocating that that's a shot that should be played. I was just wondering.
Oh, it's always good to be aware of what's happening.
It's really interesting, actually. We
this
don't
has
get
got
a
to be close. Close. Brilliant shot, and he follows it all the way through. Brilliant from Steamy Steve.
That's the best thing I've seen this week. What a shot that was from Steve Willis. And I had a whole diatribe lined up about how to look at plants, and it's all gone as Paul has a rubber nibble at this, and he's got the jack.
Oh, isn't that funny?
Good
As soon as I
shot.
talk about Paul's strengths being the draw, we see
Now,
exactly what he's capable of. So, Featherston, what have they opted to do? They've brought the jack
killed.
back. So they're going
And
to
Featherston-
replay that end from the same direction.
Same end, yeah. If either team wants to replay it, that's what has to happen. And often it comes down to you'll ask to replay it if you think you're going better in that direction. That was such an exciting 45 seconds of outdoor bowls, Terry. We saw a beautiful trail from Steve Willis and then Paul Anderson. I mean, it didn't seem like it took more than 5 seconds to think about it. Just nutted the jack out of bounds, and we replay the end. What a shot.
I feel like Steve didn't even really get to enjoy his brilliant trail because it was gone within a blink. I loved the shout from Peter Ireland as Steve's bowl was coming in. He said, "You've got it," before he had got it. So it was certainly looking on track. And we see another short jack. I think last end was the shortest we've seen it all game. And that, of course, has been the tactic really from Featherston.
Let's watch this, Terry. We're going to get a replay of that exciting 45 seconds of bowls. So, bang! Absolutely nutted it. And before then, we had this trail. That's two of the best bowls you'll ever see. That's incredible. I'll be going back to watch that. Paul Anderson hit the jack so hard that his bowl actually bounced off the jack. Such was the weight. That's great stuff. What were we talking about, Terry? I've lost it.
Oh, just the length of jack. Yeah, it's been a tactic of Featherston's, which I think worked really well for them earlier on in the game. Just sort of dislodged the Mount Maunganui rhythm. They had been going really well on those slightly longer lengths.
What a game of bowls this has been.
Yeah, it's been great. The shots changed a fair bit. It's what you like to see.
There is also, I'm happy to report, at Royal Oak we've got volunteers who've made it happen, but there's live scoring of the games. So when you go into the Bowl Sub Aotearoa, there are options. You can click matches, ladder, entries, broadcast schedule. If you click on the live button, it has live updates on the games that are ongoing end by end. So if your team that you're interested in watching is at Royal Oak, so the men today, go on to Bowl Sub Aotearoa and have a look at the live tab. You can find the scores end by end, which is fantastic, and thank you to the volunteers who've made that happen.
Definitely. I know I tuned into the live scoring last weekend.
It's a nice bit of functionality that Bowl Sub Aotearoa has.
Not sure if Don's got the speed there. So Les O'Donovan of Featherston still holding shot.
Really seems to have stepped up a little bit. Les O'Donovan, I think we've seen him draw a number of touches in the last 5 ends.
Yeah, I feel like Nathan would have had the edge in the leads battle in those early ends, and maybe it's starting to change now. And a good second shot maybe by Stewart.
Where's the bowl? Oh, there it is. Going back in. So Featherston holding, leading 8-6 in this battle here.
And they've got reasonable position as well, which helps their cause. But just looking to draw another one. I think that was the line more than anything.
Paul on the back end.
Well, should go to a handy home. And it has. Big animation from the rink next door.
Yeah, lots of excitement.
Another evenly contested game over there.
We just await this bowl being delivered on the forehand. Looks on the tight side to me. Could get a very good result though. Hasn't done so.
Yeah,
it's interesting having seen Paul Anderson wind up once, Terry, where he's absolutely nailed it. That'll be in the back of the mind as we get down the home stretch of this game, I think, for Mount Maunganui. Like I almost thought they might think about attacking it here, although he's played a brilliant bowl instead. That's a great shot.
Yeah, no, I've almost come to expect this from Paul. he's just been in really such great form. And, you know, he's given them the shot and position. You know, that's brilliant.
You're essentially following that down, aren't you, if you're Peter? Bowl or jack, there's a couple of catching bowls at the back if you overplay it.
Yeah, would you be looking for sort of a mat through, or?
Probably. I find it easier to get the rake out than to try and dead draw. I think you're looking to square through that shot bowl, and if you're a bowl narrow, you just take the jack back. Enough that Paul's bowl should be far enough away once you've hit it that it's not going to be the shot, right? So it's not 2 or 3 rolls, it's probably between 7 and 14 rolls on Paul's bowl on the back end.
Very broad, Alex.
Heavy's the heavy. Oh, look at that big breath in and out.
Yeah, haven't seen that yet.
You were talking to me, weren't you, once, about breathing, what did you call it?
Intentional breathing.
Yes, intentional breathing. I'll get you to talk to us about that after this end, because it's quite an interesting conversation. Look at this here. He's not far away. It's exactly the weight we were talking about.
Outstanding bowl. He could still be one down.
How is he still down?
He could not have played that much better.
Well, he could have. He could have played it much better. What a lovely effort that was from Peter Ireland.
Now, what's
right? If Mount Maunganui, we've got one.
Do they have one?
They're going to try and.
No, maybe they are down. I think Gumby's bowl has the shot.
Really?
Well,
that's very interesting.
Just based on what they're playing
wouldn't be
here.
Playing this if
that's and I can see
off
from
the
that camera angle.
Off the wing bowl.
He doesn't.
I don't need the wing bowl. You've just chipped it out, Clay.
Not quite.
Oh my God. I actually thought he had that.
Also now...
This has been an unbelievable game of bowls.
They're all having a really good look. Was that an indication from Steve that they've got it?
I don't know. I'm not even sure if there's anything you can do if you are Featherston. Yeah, probably just that, right?
Yeah.
On the back end side.
Yeah, if you're down, I think that's quite a good call, actually. And, you know, if it doesn't go quite right, you're certainly not going to go any worse. Just making sure.
Well, you were right last time, Terry. Who do you think's holding the shot?
Like I say, based on the way Nick played his bowl, I reckon they think it's Featherston's shot. Either that or
Interesting.
they've obviously got a few bowls out there, so maybe they just thought, it's close, but I really like the shot because there's no risk and we could get maybe a 3 out the left there. So maybe that's more what it was. I don't know. All I know is that there's a gap between the jack and both bowls.
Oh, that's helpful. So
Nick,
on the
of
back
course,
end here,
Nick still has a bowl to come too. That's another thing to consider.
giving himself a real chance here.
Gee, this
Is close,
too.
Terry.
Oh, yeah.
This is close.
Oh, dear. That was
Ow.
2 really good bowls by the Rab.
He's played 2 perfect bowls, and they could be 1 down. Oh, what do? I wouldn't play the 4. You couldn't pay me to play the forehand if I was Mount Maunganui.
Yeah, you wouldn't want to just rock their bowl and then go 2 down. It looks...
No, you just... Maybe if you are playing the forehand, you drive a wing bowl. Like, yeah, I don't know. Let's see who's holding here. My money is on Mount Maunganui, I think. And you'd use your calipers. So they've got calipers on the corner of the... they must be Henselock measures. Little calipers on the corner of the Henselock measures that you can pull out.
Yep, very handy. I'm interested to see who's holding here. So
Mount
1
Maunganui.
to Mount Maunganui.
Makes it an interesting decision with Nick's first bowl then.
Well, like I say, I don't think there was actually a lot of real risk, and there was reward if that jack were to spring out to the left there, which it would have. So I don't mind that call. Very proactive call, of course.
Oh, I mean, to be fair, we're nearing the end of the game now. Mount Maunganui have had quite a few chances to score. Well, they actually haven't had chances. They've had heads where they would have thought we should get a 3 or more here and haven't. Maybe it's about trying to manufacture a number here if you're Mount Maunganui.
Yeah, and I think they would have recognised that, here is a decent opportunity and maybe it is time we, make the most of that.
And right to the 2 metre mark here. 7-8
Really
the
good.
score. And Nathan right on top of his first bowl. This is the longest end we've seen.
Yeah, that's an ideal start for Mount Maunganui. Not a bad reply either.
This
In
is
the
very
area.
close here from Les O'Donovan. Goodness, he's played well the last few ends. Well played. Nathan looking for a rinse and repeat on the forehand. Lovely delivery. How's the running here?
Yeah, this is good.
That's 2 good bowls.
Onto his one. Oh, I thought he was going to grab the jack there for a second, but nope.
That's well played, and Les needs to be brave here on his forehand as well. There's a chance here to actually replace the shot bowl or trail the jack back yourself if you are Les O'Donovan on the forehand. You saw him mouth too wide. But it's a long end, so it might turn at the end. Look at that come back.
Gee, that wasn't far
What an
away at
effort.
all. 4 good bowls.
Forehand? Oh, okay. Was either one or the other. I was 50-50 chance.
Yeah,
Don rolling on the
really.
back end. Longest end we've seen.
Looking good.
Very close here.
Inside that yellow one. Oh, wow.
Beautiful bowl. Some great shots from all 8 players here. Asking him to play his backhand here. Stuart Campbell.
He's given it a good chance. Might just need a
It's
hold.
narrow.
Just needs to hold. And it is. It is
It's
holding.
not narrow, it's perfect. It's perfect.
Oh, my goodness.
What a shot.
A
Good. Oh,
great,
there's just been so many good bowls in this game.
yeah, great exhibition of bowls here at the Royal Oak Bowling Club.
Don on the backhand. Oh, he said something.
Yeah, I think he knew that
How's
was on
the weight
the
here?
tight side.
I think Featherston probably has to be on the left of your screen now, don't they?
Yeah, and
Yeah.
that's the call.
Yeah. See the umpire.
And good use of the rag in this sense. I don't know if he's meant to have that on the rink.
Well, he hasn't lost his rag yet, has he? He's been very calm.
There we go. Good use, though, of saying, you know, this is the idea of where I want your bowl to finish.
Look at this. Look at this.
Oh,
Oh, what a shot. What a bowl. That's exceptional stuff from the Featherston team. Absolutely mighty bowl. And it's a toucher.
yeah.
Got a nick there to just put a bit of chalk on it.
Yeah.
Turned this head around on a dime. That's great bowling. When Peter returns, he'll be very pleased to see the head looking this way.
Oh, 2 crackers from Stuart Campbell. Both of his
Just-
bowls would have been touches.
Great shots. And one on one hand and one on the other as well from Stuart. So had to chop and change. Pull a bowl wide. Beautiful. Steve Willis been asked to play his backhand now. What a game of bowls. Certainly started off the broadcast, this Laser Eye Centre Championship 4s, with a very good game, Terry. So hopefully it's a sign of things to come.
Yeah, if this is only the start of the competition, just imagine what it's going to be like come Sunday.
What would you play here if you're Paul Anderson?
Well, they're all about that fast pass. So if you're more than happy to go for it, but just say there's far much room to draw.
He asked if he could hit it. And
Yeah, that's-
Nick's saying that's how much room you got to draw. We'll find out soon.
Yeah, perhaps from the other end, you know, the gaps wouldn't look as big, so he was looking to land them.
It's probably his understanding of the weight of the jack in comparison to the...
Gee, look at this one
bowls.
coming in. Oh, never looked like
He's
missing.
nailed it. What a shot. Beautiful. Holding
Well,
one, and
he'll
we're going to
be
see...
he'll be happy with that decision to draw it.
Great stuff. What do you do now, Terry?
Well, they've got 2 bowls, don't they? The yellow and green. So, yep, I like this call from Peter. It's just to draw that jack through all the bowl, shot bowl.
Under you.
On his forehand, you're better to miss wide than narrow here. You want to give your bowler a chance to break back into the head.
Yeah, it probably doesn't. Oh, it probably does show on this camera angle. There is quite a bit of room under that bowl of Steve's. Well,
Yeah, good bowl.
that actually is quite good for Featherstone because now they've got those 3 catches.
It was really nice weight.
Yeah.
You wouldn't try and plant Steve's bowl back up the rink, would you? That'd be madness.
Wow.
Well, no, I won't even talk about it. We'll just leave that thought as an idle one. So, Nick crossing over, holding the shot, trailing 7-8 on the card. 3 ends to go. Probably quite important to try and score a 2 on this end, isn't it, for Mount Maunganui?
Yeah, definitely. And there is room for 2 shots in there, even a third if nothing were to change. They're happy with his track here.
He is on a lovely line if he has the running. Oh, I dare say that Peter enjoys this type of shot. We saw him play it very well twice on the previous end, so he'll just be on his backhand side, bowl or jack, tuck it around the corner. He could sit with like 3 or 4 shots.
Yeah, that's it. If he has the nice foot over trail, he will be sitting with 4. Well, he's played it with a bit of weight here. More looking for the shot bowl, I imagine, and he's close.
He's
He's
close
got
here.
jack.
He's got it. Where's the...
So that's going to be 1 to Mount Maunganui at the back. I think with that speed, the shot bowl was ideal. But it does look like Nathan's bowl at the back there that's holding.
Yeah.
Yeah, bud, like the line. Speed's real good too.
They're clapping this one in.
Look at this. Look at this here from Nick Thompson.
Oh,
And it stopped on the edge. What a shot.
that's brilliant
And
bowling.
Peter Ireland, he's been a bit stiff to get the jack there, to be fair. Is there anything you can try and shunt up from the Featherstone point of view?
2 down. Oh, that's a touch of there. That's a touch of there. We've got a touch ahead and go in the...
Yep, so they're looking at punching Stu's bowl into the ditch. We'll probably have to go through the yellow one maybe to get it there.
Right. Hit one of the touches. Yeah, yellow on to chalky thing.
Yep, so just re-emphasising which bowl needs to go into the ditch.
It's because the toucher will stay alive when it's in the ditch, right?
That's it.
What a game. And we're going to have a time thing as well, so keep an eye on the time because I think we started at 12, didn't we? So it's 2.25 hours. Watch the collision bowl. Watch the collision bowl. If he gets it square enough. Oh, good effort. He moved the toucher. 2 to Mount Maunganui, and they take the lead. 9 shots to 8 after 12 ends of 15. It's getting right down to the pointy end here. Lorna just telling the players the time and situation. We've got a replay coming up, so stay tuned. Look at this replay. Beautiful bowl. That's incredible from Nick. And yeah, that's what's happening there in the background is Lorna, the umpire, is just informing the players how much time is left. I think it's about 12 minutes by my count.
Is that just the
And
one
the jack must have been
shot to Mount Maunganui?
No, it's 9-8 to Mount Maunganui.
The
Will be
scoreboard is showing 8 all, although it's about to change again. Nope. 1 was flipped, but now 2's been flipped.
That's
Okay,
great.
so yeah, 9-8.
Confusing everybody.
And I
So
think
9-8
that's the
the score
first
distance.
time Mount Mauganui's been in front in a wee while. They've locked the scores up a couple of times.
Feels like it's been about 6 or 7 ends since Mount Mauganui's been in front, I would say. and timing their run home nicely. So if my lip reading's correct, I think there is about 11 minutes left on the clock, which is 2 ends. So they'll get this end in the next one, but I would be very surprised if they played quickly enough to get the 15th end in. Go to the umpire to let the teams know the time situation there.
Yeah, definitely.
You usually do keep one eye on it, don't you, Terry?
Yeah, someone in the team.
Are you saying you don't keep track of the time?
It's not me that's usually keeping track of the time.
Or,
I'll give you the
or you
tip.
just don't keep track of time in general or on the bowls?
Well, you know me well enough.
I had a bad day where I didn't get my bacon, egg, muffin and coffee in time, but that's fine.
Well,
It's been 3 years I've recovered.
I had my breakfast, so I was fine. Right.
Yep. Yeah, that's true. That's what happened.
Good bowl by Nathan. Nice correction there.
Oh, there's the time. 21 seconds left to go.
So this
And that's
will
beautiful
be...
camera work from whoever's done that. Thank you, team. 15 seconds, so we're going to hear the hooter go in a second. And it's in a nice, easy place to see for the players.
And there's the buzzer
You
now.
can hear it there in the background.
So of the leads, Les has probably given Featherston the best opportunity so far. Stewart's turn, and I mean, man, his last end was brilliant, wasn't it? A toucher on each hand, both very effective bowls. What's he got in store this end?
Remembering that draws get played out, so I think what's going to happen is that for the excitement of all the viewers on television, we're going to get Featherston score one shot and we'll have a deciding end to decide the winner of this match. And I think it deserves that, Terry. It's been a great, really enjoyable game of fours to watch.
Oh, it's been brilliant. Can't ask for much more than what we've seen. Featherston still with the better head developing at this point of the end. It's what they need to, just being that one shot behind. I'm sure they'd love to just get one right on the jack.
Well, Featherston can sit with if they can create a one bowl target 2, that's a nice place to be, particularly when you have last bowl. Although you don't really want it to be with your last bowl that you that you do that. So here we go. Paul's playing so well. Just overcooked it a little bit on the backhand. And Steve Willis here. Big bowls. In the context of this match, all coming up.
From memory, Steve's weight has been good coming down here. He's just been slightly under the line. I feel like we're seeing that again. Great effort,
It's
though.
like you've been watching the game, Terry. Plenty of room here for Paul.
I'd be surprised if he didn't correct this. He's been in such good touch. It's slowly, but not surely.
Oh, it's going to sit out. I feel like the
probably.
gods of bowls are just frowning.
Yeah, probably been one of his loosest ends, and it's saying something. They're not bad bowls, But, yeah, Paul's certainly been on form. I think he's just under that line again. Doesn't want the underneath of that blue bowl.
Careful, careful.
That's what he didn't want.
Oh, it's unfortunate. Mount holding one on the crossover, so it's going to be up to battle between Peter and Nick to see who wins this game, or whether we go even to another end, which we will do if Featherston can score the shot. Got a lot of tension in the air, which is fair enough. 17 shots scored and 12 ends.
Yeah, we haven't seen anything more than a 2. Still plenty of room. This has probably been the one end where we haven't seen, shots changing so much.
Here we go.
Graham Henry.
I stand by all my statements and actions. How's the weight? It might turn late. If he's got the weight right, it should turn late from there. How's the weight here?
They're willing it on. Teammates.
I think he's short of a gallop. Oh, dearie me. All the pressure in the world now rests on Peter Ireland's shoulders. If he misses this bowl, the Laser Eye Centre Champ 4's journey is over.
Pretty good here
from
Nick.
Another end. And that's a great bowl there from Nick Tomset.
Oh, has
So
created...
maybe you go bowl or jack now. I think you attack this if you are Peter Ireland. What hand would you play it on, Terry?
I mean, my first thoughts were the backhand underneath his last
yeah.
bowl. More chance. Oh, I don't know. It really wouldn't matter. I feel like you've got more chance of going with the jack on that hand for some reason, but I'm sure...
Well, the collision bowl is always following through on the backhand, isn't it? Even if you go the bowl first, whereas on the forehand side, you could chip the bowl off and still be one down to that blue bowl.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think if you're on the forehand, you have to get the jack, because if you only get the bowl, you're still one down, like you say.
Yeah, so you're going ditch weight on the backhand. And this could be a really exciting bowl to watch. Remember, Featherston one down. They lost their first game. So they need to win this one to stay a chance. If they score one shot, we play an extra end. If they score 2 shots, they win. Last time Peter played the backhand going this way, he played 2 absolute bombs. So you'd think he'll feel pretty comfortable with that weight. Exciting times here.
I think they're just having a discussion about what weight to play here. I think Peter would like to go... Yeah, I think Peter's looking to go quite quick.
Maybe on that.
I wonder if his team was sort of looking for more of the perfect trail.
It has to be the backhand here, in my opinion.
It does look pretty tight from the mat's end. Just looking out the window now. Looks like you'd have to be quite quick to get under that green bowl. But it is definitely there.
Well, like, as long as whatever he plays with confidence and understands what he wants his bowl to do, that's fine. Here we go. This is it. This is the moment. I think he's going to be on the forehand. He's still deciding. Such an important bowl. Get off the mat and start again.
Yeah, my thoughts exactly, Alex.
Start again, Peter.
They feel like they've got... Nah, he'll prove us wrong. It'll be fine. They feel like they've got more chances on the forehand, so we're seeing that now.
Hard in the mouth stuff here.
Needs to come back
And
a
he's
lot.
pushed it wide. Well, there we have it. And congratulations to the Mount Maunganui team who've won an epic battle. 11 shots to 8. But just can we spare a moment to talk about the Featherstone team, Terry, and how well they played?
Oh, definitely. You know, they weren't far off the pace there at all. Part of me felt like we were going to see them get over the line there, but Mount Maunganui did really well to just stick it out. They had good opportunities early on, but stayed patient.
Yeah, no, it was a great game. Really impressive start, and it set a high standard for the next round. So thank you for tuning in. Congratulations again. Go to Mount Maunganui, and we anticipate that the next game will be starting around 2:40, so you've got time enough to go away, make yourself a cup of tea and come back and watch that. We'll see you then.
High performance sports requires a laser focus every day. To get the best out of everyday life, consider vision correction by the professionals at Laser Eye Centre. With clinics in Pukekohe and New Plymouth and state-of-the-art theatres in Hamilton and now Tauranga, you'll be living your best life in no time. Get a free assessment, plus your Bowls Hub number will get you a special offer on your procedure. Easy.
Hello and welcome back to the Bowls New Zealand coverage of the Laser Eye Centre Champ 4s, broadcasting live from the Royal Oak Bowling Club. My name is Alex Reid and I am joined in commentary again by Terry Blackburn to watch this match between the team from Tower and Hara and Russell in the far north. Looking forward to this one, Terry. If it's anything like the first game, aren't we in for a treat?
Yeah, that first game we saw on live stream earlier today was a real treat to watch, and yeah, really set the standard for what's to come. So hopefully the form will continue.
I've got no doubt. You can see the teams in our lovely scoreboard at the top, from left to right, skip through to lead. So the skip of the Tower team, Grant Anderson, 3, Mark Anderson, the 2, Kevin Hills, and off the front, Brendan Anderson, and on the right, Darren Sigley skipping, Anthony George 3, Lee David 2, and Gary Hooson off the front. And a great start with those two bowls.
Everyone
Team
seems
from
to
Taranaki,
be
very, very well known. What were you saying, Terry?
I was just going to say that everyone seems to be really happy with how the green is playing out there, which is awesome. Everyone's commenting on, the good finish that it has, and we certainly can see that on our live stream rink as well. And, oh, look, another good bowl by
Lovely bowl.
Brendan.
So this here, the 2 and the Russell team. Lee on the back end. The current club president, Lee David, for Russell. A lot of dark bowls in this match, Terry.
Yeah, we're going to have to
Don't
remember.
see, they're almost in the minority now, aren't they?
Yeah, so many colourful bowls out there, and quite often we see not just the colours but the splices and all those different effects. So it does feel like a little bit of a throwback.
So we can see that the Tower team, the Taranaki team, have stickers on their bowls, I think, and the Russell team don't, so that's how you know whose is what. So we see Lee here on his back end. I believe both of these teams are coming in off a bye. Did you have a chance to talk to any of them, Terry?
No, not this time, but I do know that they have also both had a win. So someone will come away with 2 wins today, but both teams will be alive tomorrow.
Tomorrow, yeah. Always nice position to be in, isn't it? That's a
Lovely
lovely bowl. This is a
one.
great start from these teams. Very focused.
Not sure this will come back in time.
Anthony George joined his club with his mother-in-law's size 0 bowls and then proceeded to win the Open Men's Singles in his first year.
You wouldn't see that very often.
That's fantastic.
Oh, it just
Mark
held
Anderson here on his
enough.
back end. Good bowl. Decisions.
A lot of Andersons in one team. They are brothers.
Yes. Very well known family actually in Taranaki, not just for bowls. Had a lot of success at the Taranaki Open, which of course is the biggest fours event in New Zealand. Just diving away there.
Yeah, that front bowl that we see probably dictates the speed that they have to play to navigate that one, whether it's under or around it. It is in a bit of a sticky spot.
Look at this.
Oh.
Oh, what a beautiful bowl.
That's
Goodness, they've started well, haven't
outstanding.
they? And it's up to Darren Sigley now. How many shots do you think the Tower team is holding, Terry?
It's a good question, Alex.
Well, it's early on, isn't it? Did we decide that who's got the stickered bowls? Because that's
I
a
think you
stickered
decided
bowl.
that. Yeah, I can see certainly 3 shots. I'm just trying to remember who the blue bowl belongs to.
Oh, it's too long ago.
But
I
either
think they're
way,
holding 3.
they've certainly got 4 bowls in the head, and it's just a matter of who that blue bowl belongs to. But certainly a good head to start with. We're going to see Darren on the forehand. That one does come back from there. But I think he had the speed to look for some jack movement, didn't he?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I imagine he would have been looking to come past with that one, if anything.
Very focused, Darren.
I think the team like it. Does it have the speed to hold, though?
Something that we do know about this ring is it does turn late on both hands. And we must pay more attention next end, Terry. To me, maybe the red bowl's only holding 1, because it's not stickered, and then there is a stickered bowl, right? We'll just pay attention.
The red bowls
Look,
belong
it was
to
fine.
Mark, and those purple bowls belong to Brendan. So
Back in the day when we all played with black bowls, we were fine remembering things, so I'll just pay attention. Be a good brain thing. So let's see how many shots it is to the Taranaki team. 1. Because
No.
that's 2. See, that's where I'm confused. Why? It looks like there's stickers on that bowl, does it not?
Yeah, I'm not convinced that they're all stickered bowls. So
Well, you can't do that. I'm easily confused at the best of times. So
Well-
4 conceded anyway.
those red bowls might not even be stickered, Alex. I think they've just got really thick lines
Just
on
blind. Yeah.
them. That 2. So certainly 4 so far have been pulled out.
Oh, lovely camera angle there. Thank you to our camera people and switchers and all the broadcast team.
Wow,
to the
that could be 6, is it?
Is it a 6 on the first end?
Oh, let's see where this red bowl comes into the equation. Oh,
Oh,
well, it's moving the red bowl.
5?
I thought we'd measured this one. No. 4. Okay.
4. Oh,
So
that
the
was a roller coaster.
It was. So yeah, the 4 that we'd seen around the jack, those are the 4 that scored, which makes sense, doesn't it?
Yeah, well, yeah, you put it that way.
So good to know. So Brendan, Alex, has the purple shade of bowls. I just realised you're
Yes.
colourblind, so this may not help you.
I'll just say it with confidence and I'll see how well I can remember.
And I'm thinking Kevin must have the dark blue bowls and Mark has the dark red bowls.
Okay.
Grant has light blue bowls.
I confused myself by thinking that there were stickers, but I think you're right. I think it's just the paintwork. So I take full responsibility for my own, whatever the word is I'm looking for there. And Brendan leading off on the back end.
Yeah, it's about the length that we've seen in that first game.
It's a lovely first bowl. This Anderson team, I presume Hills is, you would think that he'll be like an adopted Anderson if you're in a team of brothers, right?
I
So we'll
think
call
he
it the
was
Anderson team.
roped in. I think they had another player in their team initially who couldn't make it.
Okay.
So
Well, certainly a very hard team to beat in the Taranaki region. Always feature at the pointy end of the Taranaki Open, which of course is 25 ends of fours. So that's the bowl there that I thought had stickers on it, but I think you're right, it's just got very bright white chalk marks, doesn't it?
yeah,
Okay.
very definitive. Really steady stuff here.
Lovely leading. Yeah. Good start. Two bowls that are essentially exactly the same after scoring a 4 on the first end.
Yeah, and only about a mat behind.
Gary Houston here on the backhand. A lovely
shot
bowl. I'll
there.
be pleased with that.
Nicely in behind it as well.
So Kevin Hills here on his forehand side. One down on the head.
Oh, the line was good. Wasn't far away at all. Lee on
Russell.
the forehand.
Giving it a chance.
Willing it to come
Look
in
at
a
this.
little more.
That's a well played bowl. Good shot there.
Definitely. Good line from everyone, really.
I feel like this is
Correct at
quite
the
good weight here,
speed.
Terry.
Yeah, lovely
Great bowl
shot.
from Kevin Hills, drawing the shot. And I think that means Far North, the Russell team, would be back onto their backhand, wouldn't they?
Yeah, the bowler's a bigger target than the jack, isn't it? Looks like a nice little rester if need be, but they're staying put.
Very smooth delivery that one was from Lee.
And that's fair enough, you know, he'd just played one on the forehand. He was only a mat behind.
Doesn't want to block the backhand up, and hasn't. It's done no damage there, has it, that bowl?
No, that's right. Mark now. I think the line was good. He might just be lacking a little bit of speed.
He could block the backhand then if it turns enough. And he's
Well.
done so.
Yeah, they won't be
Right in the
unhappy
way.
with that.
Yeah, so the moment's passed almost to play the backhand. It would have been, there would have been a temptation to get Lee to play the backhand, I think. You never know how long those shots are going to stay open to you. So, Anthony on the forehand. Most decorated championship men's bowler in the Russell Bowling Club. That's a lovely first bowl.
No longer playing with size zeros, I imagine.
Just going to say, it doesn't look like they're size zeros anymore. mark here on the forehand.
It's got to be a good line.
It's a lovely line. I'm not sure how the weight is.
Oh, not a bad effort.
Pretty good.
So Kevin Hill's dark blue bowl on the right of the jack there. That's the shot. Holds on.
Didn't like that when he let it go.
Still coming.
Well, nothing wrong with it. Beautiful effort, lovely green. So Russell with the bowl at 6 o'clock and that pink bowl that sits at 10 o'clock to the jack, and then Tower Taranaki team is the red bowl and the blue bowl at no, just the red bowl at 12 o'clock, isn't it? And then the bowl passed at 6. And the shot, obviously. I'm going to confuse myself a lot this game. What's important is that Tower scored a 4 on the first here and are holding 1 here, and it's reasonably well protected. So for Russell, it's like, well, are you trying to draw the shot, or do you think there's an option to try and rip out that shot bowl of Taranaki's that sits at 3 o'clock to the jack?
I think that comes with some risk though, Alex. Sure, Grant will be looking to add another one into the head. Couple of chances down there for Darren.
Nice line. Like you said, I suppose you're thinking, oh, it's a 15-end game. Don't need to get rash too soon, eh? And there is danger if you try and go the shot bowl. You just need to miss it by a smidgen and it's all up a creek without a paddle.
Yeah, that's it. Those are the Taranaki bowls at the front of the jack.
They were here before we come.
So what's Grant doing here?
So, good question. I would have thought
Just
adding another one into the head, to be honest. And if he's just passed, that's good. His weight was probably okay to be just in behind. Just found that wide line. Oh, he doesn't like that one. So a
one
single.
more to the Taranaki team. So it's going to be 5 after 2 ends. So the jack straightened. We saw on the first game that there were short ends and long ends largely, weren't there, Terry? Do you think we'll see that happen again this year, where one team favours one length and one team favours the other?
Yeah, that's typically what you do see in a game of bowls, isn't it? And we did see that with Featherston favouring the shorter lengths and Mount Maunganui favouring those longer lengths. Both teams adjusted pretty well to each other's lengths though, didn't they? And here's a nice opener once again from Brendan. Certainly found it early. And that's contributed to the 5-0 lead they have.
Yeah, very steady indeed. Gary here on the forehand. Nice smooth delivery.
Yeah, that's going to be close as well.
No reason for Brendan to change hands.
No, just a matter of keeping your line really, like you've mentioned before, quoting Joe Edwards, if you're holding shot, wide. And he's done that,
This
I
has
think.
been such an impressive start.
The outside touch, almost perfect, but certainly amazing as it is.
Really good leading.
As casual as you like as he steps off the mat as well.
Look, if you keep doing that for 15 ends, you're giving your team such a good start. Beautiful delivery from Gary there as well. Down to the weight. Well played.
Yeah, still 2 really good bowls, isn't it? It's just that Brendan has done an excellent job. It almost makes them look looser than what they are.
Yeah, it's 2 nice bowls from Gary Houston there, and you back the rest of the team to make use of them. Lovely
And
catching
Hills
positions.
adding to this. Oh, that's wonderful.
Yeah, good bowl.
It's a nice, even just having that bowl sit down, half a roll, does help their situation, doesn't it?
Mm-hmm. How's the weight here from Lee?
Come on, Lee David.
Oh, just getting the
Oh,
underneath.
great try.
Yeah, so we're going to see Grant call the other hand now, and I think that's a good call. Just looking to be past the jack, but if he does beat them to it, that's a good option as well. Again, just looking to have that line more than anything. The outside, they called for the tickle. Brilliant
Oh, what a shot.
bowling. 4 outstanding bowls from the Taranaki team. And, Russell aren't even that far away themselves, but they find themselves 3 down.
Oh, it's just been such a good start from this team from Tout. Can see why they consistently feature at the pointy end of the Taranaki Open and other centre events around the place.
Definitely.
Come down here, Mark. I don't even mind if you get around the tee mark, really.
And now you're just showing your experience here as Grant saying, look, just run on the tees fine or just anywhere past. Happy with how the head is sitting.
Might
The
add
next
another
part is
one
your team
anyway.
listening to you. This is when
Well-
I'd say, oh, you play your own shot then. And he's done so. That's fantastic. If his skip hadn't told him very clearly not to be there, everyone would have clapped.
Yeah, that's it.
Anthony on the backhand.
Slightly
And who won
wider
the
target
Russell
now,
Open
of
singles
course.
with size zeros.
Is it going to turn?
Needs
It
to
is.
let go.
Now, Grant will be thinking
Used the bowl.
that bowl shouldn't have been there, but that's bowls. They will still hold, I think.
2.5, you'd say? 2 at least, and Grant just asking Mark to play the back end. Very close here, Terry.
Gets the outside of it.
Oh, beautiful track, just short of a gallop, and Russell switching to the forehand side to try and create some position first. So sitting through the bowls, if you're narrow you might get a planty thing. What do you think he's asking here, Terry?
Quite enjoyed listening to their conversation.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. He was looking to see if he could punch that bowl through, but I'm not sure if they would have gained.
How's the
too
weight
much
here?
No, he will fall
Beautiful
short.
line.
It would have been a lovely shot to watch, drawing through there. So now they're
And
talking
now he's
again
explaining
about.
what he wanted to do, but the shot's gone. You've just blocked it. Interesting.
Yeah.
Got a bit of intel. Darren Sigley, the skip, we were told by the Russell Bowling Club, has been sacked several times from this role, but it's now come back to claim a spot with his new Taylor GTRs. If he's not at bowls, Darren's behind the bar on the green helping the boys out.
Oh, good.
So obviously he's got his new bowls and said, well, let me have a go. Playing the last
Have me
two.
back.
Look
Oh,
at this here
this.
from Grant Anderson. Where's the jack going?
The jack.
Where's the jack going?
Well, that's all right. Yep.
Got one, he says.
Yep, that's
Such
Mark's
a
bowl
tight
there.
head.
Very tight head.
Is there anything on? Anything on for Russell that you can see, Terry?
We probably need that other camera angle. Here we go.
Such a tight head. Try and slip through that gap and follow through with the jack or something.
Yeah, I think that jack looks like it wants to be pinched off, doesn't it? He's not far away, Alex. He's got it. He's got it.
Look at this.
Shots.
Oh, what a bowl.
Well, what will they be holding there? Hard to tell. There you go. Wow, that changed dramatically.
On the back end here, Grant Anderson. What a great shot that was from Darren.
Oh, I'd
Right,
love to see a replay of that one when we can. Plenty of room for him to draw another shot there.
I imagine making a bonus count as well. Darren will be going, well, that's why I'm skipping with my new bowls. It was such a good bowl, hard to play as well. And we've seen a really tight head that the Andersons were dominating all the way through, and it's going to be Russell from the far north that score on this head, and it may be a 2. What happened?
I think it fell into the ditch, did it? So I imagine it will be the 1 to Russell.
1 to Russell.
A good
So
one
1-5
it
the
was.
score after 3 ends.
Here comes that replay. Brilliant
look at that.
shot. A good end all around. But of course it was Russell who take the shot.
Gary on the back end. It's got all signs are pointing towards it being another one of those close games, Terry.
Yeah, absolutely. If we keep seeing bowls played to this standard, it'll be an exciting watch anyway. on fire. Brendan, very solid
Yeah.
off the front.
I've been quite impressed, really, with his bowls so far. Oh, goodness, wasn't Darren. I was still Darren's bowl to slip underneath, through the gap, pop the jack out the side for one. Exceptional.
So we had a lot of nicknames come out of the Featherston Bowling Club, and I've just been informed that Brendan here is nicknamed Scruff, and if we keep referring to him as Brendan, no one's going to know who we're talking about, Alex.
Yes, I've had I had a very similar conversation, so I will try and remember that it's Scruff. I'll be wondering who the fifth brother is.
Nothing scruffy about his bowls anyway.
Oh, he's playing well. I wonder if Graham Henry is aware that he has a doppelganger in bowls here.
I didn't cross paths with Peter Ireland after that first game. I was looking forward to telling him that we've assigned him a new nickname.
Well, I'm looking forward to hearing about it also. Could be the start of something wonderful.
Right, Kevin Hill's also been playing really well. Just going to duck.
Diving at the end.
Lovely weight.
Another try. Good ball.
So really just needs to look for this wider line now. The weight was good. He has got a better line for it, I think. Well, a couple of catches over there for the Harwood side.
On the back end.
Good shot there. Mark's turn now. It'll start breaking soon. Here it comes. Yeah, nicely
Look
done.
at that. What a shot. Just seems like they don't miss. Runs right in the area here. You can see how they've won their Centre Champion of Champion event.
Yeah, it feels like they combine really well. Obviously, we've seen ends where they've all come to the party, but, you know, if one of them misses, the other one tends to make up for it.
Look at this.
Oh, it's just going to be on the outside of it.
Oh, two great efforts. How's this?
Yeah, he's gone again, I think, Alex. Exactly the same.
Great shot.
So, work to do for Darren.
So what do you play here if you're Darren Sigley?
I still feel like it's just a draw following Mark down. I guess it depends on your strengths though, doesn't it? He could almost get them both in somewhat of a split shot, but
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see. There might be a temptation to wind up. I don't know how aggressive Darren is.
yeah, it will come down to a style of play, I think. No bad
Some
options
players
here.
who would wind right up, you go real quick. On the backhand. Just a
Yep.
reaching bowl.
Yeah, he's on a good line for it, Alex.
He's close, Terry. He could get them both. He's got the jack. Where's it going?
Out
Out of bounds is where it's going. So that's a
onto
killed
the
end.
other rink. Just about joined the other
Lovely
head.
shot. And we've been talking today, Terry, about the laser eye centre. You can see the media ball there in the background, and looking forward to talking to Melissa, who is our expert, and I'm delighted to welcome her on to the commentary for the next couple of ends to again answer all of our questions, silly questions and otherwise. So welcome, Melissa.
Hello, Alex. It's good to be back.
Always nice to hear that. How are you finding the bowls? Have you joined a club yet? Have we convinced you?
Not quite yet, but I am looking forward to these Friday sessions because I get to be, not seeing any, not seeing any patients, but just looking at bowls and getting paid for it. It's great.
Oh, I can think of worse.
But no, there's some incredible bowls actually. You're right; these guys just don't miss.
Well, another good bowl here from Scruff, as we've been instructed to call him. Opportunities now for him to go again. Yeah, he's certainly not afraid to take that wide line out there. So important to trust that line. Know that it'll come back. As we mentioned earlier, a lot of the players out there are enjoying the finish that this green is offering. Right on top of it. Brilliant bowl by Lee David. So I think the call there from Darren was to looking to arrive into the head. So a couple of rolls through, chances to promote Scruff's bowl or go through Lee's bowl. He had that sort of weight for it. A good home for that bowl anyway. On the other hand now, and not far away at all, two crackers from Lee David of Russell. Good direction from Grant. Hasn't changed your shot, Kevin? brought in his line. If he's kept the speed, he'll be close. Just ducking under.
See this ball here on the backhand. And I think after a couple of technical issues, we should all be back and talking to each other. So, Melissa, where I left off, I was going to ask you, can you remind us where are the lasers located? Where do you guys have locations?
So locations were very conveniently spread out over the central North Island. So the two major clinics that have the lasers are Hamilton and Tauranga. And we also have out clinics in New Plymouth and Pukekohe, where we see patients for their initial assessments and also post-surgery assessments.
And say we've got a viewer who lives in the South Island. Is that a problem? You know, what would they do if they wanted to go and see you guys and have an assessment and some laser eye surgery?
Oh, look, that's no problem at all. We've had people as far as Invercargill. Really, all you need to do is submit an inquiry and talk to one of our lovely receptionists and just let them know where you live, and we will try and find you a time that suits your travel plans and make everything work as smooth as possible.
Oh, sounds nice and simple. It's been interesting to talk. Terry and I were having a conversation, and we'll segue a little bit, but just about how some of the things we think of when we think laser eye surgery, I still reckon are sort of stuck 20 years ago. So you were telling us before about the fact that it can be applicable to a lot of different eye problems, can't it? It's not just like if you're short-sighted or long-sighted that you can go to the laser eye clinic and get some help.
Yes, if we go back, say, 20 years, long-sightedness was not even considered for laser eye surgery because it just couldn't be done with the technology of the time. So there were some people who were unfortunately turned away because of that. But now everything is a lot better. I mean, even the level of treatable prescriptions, that range has gotten bigger. So somebody's eyes that they were told, oh no, this is too bad for us to help, may be applicable now. And there are also some amazing implant options that deal with not only long distance vision, it can actually help people out of reading glasses too. So if you're over the age of 45 and feel like, can't quite read my phone, we could help you out there.
Sounds good. Terry, what's happening on the head? Is it that Russell's holding one shot there, aren't they?
No, I would favour the Taranaki bowl of Kevin Hill's, that blue one on the right of the screen. Russell,
I need to go to the laser eye.
I think that's a good idea, Alex. Russell were holding two shots, and I think it was Anthony George that came in a little hot, moved the jack over. It looked like they might have been able to hold on to one, but I think it just ran that little bit further.
So here's a question, Melissa, that's made me think of it, because a lot of bowls is understanding which bowl is closer to the jack, which comes down to depth perception. Where do we get our depth perception from? Just from I'm fascinated about vision, but like what is it that helps us with our depth perception as humans?
So there's actually many different ways humans perceive depth. Some of them rely on two eyes, and some of them actually only need one eye in order to work. So when it comes to bowls, it's probably actually the one eye depth perception that helps us the most. Something like parallax. You know, if you look at the jack and move from side to side, a bowl that is closer to you doesn't quite move as far. So even something like that, and looking at the relative size of things. For very close things, depth perception is usually two eyes.
Okay. That was very helpful.
Oh, this is close
Look at
here
this
from
here.
Darren.
Oh, what a
Oh,
shot.
wow.
Yeah, they'll be happy to gain the shot back there. Felt like an end that they could score on.
Certainly know what they're doing, these guys, don't they? Score 5-1 to Tower.
Yes, there's one thing to have that depth perception, but to be able to control the bowl so that it doesn't, end up on the other side. That's just magic. I call that magic.
I love it.
Yeah, it's where I find my challenges coming from as well.
So I wonder if Mark was calling Grant to be a bit aggressive here. I just heard him make a comment about how they've got all the stuff at the back. Not sure about their route to the bowl or the jack.
Well, look, if he can get past this front stuff. Oh, it's going to dive. It's collided with that short bowl, so it's going to be that 1 to the team from Russell in the far north, and 2-5 is the score after 4 ends. So what was it that made you get into the business of fixing eyes, Melissa?
When I was 12, I actually had a lazy eye, which was quite late for 12-year-olds to have. But anyway, they found it at school, and I was just in and out of the optometrist's office since then. So by the time they'd finished fixing the lazy eye, I actually knew most of what optometrists do already just from observation. So it was easy to get in.
That's a nice way to get into the field. There was another thing I think I remember you talking to us about one of the other weeks. So cataracts are something that they tend to develop with age, don't they? And is that something that you can help with the Laser Eye Centre?
Yes, so cataracts often develop because of age, but they're also more common in people who are outside a lot and don't wear sunglasses. So there seems to be a trend in New Zealand. Yes. There seems to be a trend in New Zealand where people, are barely 65, but they have reasonable cataracts and their glasses stop working. Right, so so you can't fix that with laser eye surgery, but a refractive cataract surgery, which we also do, that can help you get rid of the cataract, which causes fogginess, and it can also help you get rid of the misfocus, which causes you to need glasses in the first place. So if you need a 2-in-1 surgery, that would be the closest thing. Speaking of close, oh my gosh.
Yeah, he isn't. He's hardly missed.
The man they call Scruff.
Scruff, yeah. Not Brendan.
Gary Hooson, though, he's certainly been doing his job as well from lead. As I give him the commentator's curse.
Yeah, it was entirely your fault, Terry. So with laser eye surgery, Melissa, are most people suitable for it? Most of the people that you see, you have a challenge with their sight?
I would say yes. Most people that we see for their initial assessment, we can help.
And sort of what is involved in that initial assessment? So say I'm Joe Blogg's bowler and I'm watching now at 3:30 on a Friday afternoon, some bowls listening to us talk and think, oh, actually I'd like to get a free assessment. What would that look like for me? What would be involved?
So the free assessment is almost like a general eye test, but it is a little bit longer and more in depth. So when you first arrive at the clinic, you will be seen by one of our technicians who takes scans of the outside and inside of the eyes, and then you will see somebody like myself, one of the optometrists, who will see you for up to an hour to look at everything outside and inside of the eyes, and then give you all of your options. Because sometimes people are actually suitable for more than one type of surgery, and we will work with you and your budget expectations, lifestyle, etc., to find the right one.
Sounds like a good plan. Even would you say if someone it's once? How often are you supposed to? Okay, we'll start at the beginning. How often are you supposed to get your eyes tested? I should know. I've been wearing glasses since I was 8, but I always I lose track.
Even if you are happy with your vision, whether or not you can see well, you should see an optometrist once every 2 years.
And we all sort of try and do that. So even if it's like, I think it's been a year or two since I've had my eyes checked as we watch this magnificent bowl.
What
What
a
a shot.
Incredible.
A brilliant reply to Kevin Hills, who'd also played a really good bowl himself.
I don't think it could get any
Right,
better, but here we are.
What was I saying? Even if you're just there thinking, it's been a couple of years since I've had my eyes checked, it's probably quite a good idea. Why not take advantage of having it looked over by the Laser Eye Centre, and it might lead on to some pretty cool things. What's the call here, Terry?
So we've got Russell playing now, don't we? Yeah, round the back. It sounds like Taranaki have all the position back there. So Russell will want to cover their bases. They are holding, of course, after a brilliant shot from Lee David. How's the speed?
I don't think it's quite there. Just pulling up short of a gallop.
Nice, clear instructions from Grant.
Of course, if you've ever had a pie in most of the North Island, or sort of at least the lower half of the North Island, you've probably investigated the idea of having an Anderson's pie, and it is a lot to do with the Andersons. Their father was known as the Pie Man. I believe that the Anderson brothers run the Anderson Pies business still. It would be a very dangerous place for me to work, I think, Terry.
Yeah, I've gone to Hawera a few times. We have extended family down there, and I don't think we've ever been to Hawera without stopping for an Anderson's pie.
I can confirm those pies are absolutely amazing because I used to live in Taranaki myself. So
Oh, how good.
Brilliant.
amazing.
Well, here are the ones that are responsible for the pies. Small world.
Sure, I read somewhere that the demand for them is crazy. They're doing like 35,000 pies a week.
Oh, they must be good. What's happening here?
Oh, he's got it this time.
Oh, what a shot.
Possibly
Is it still one to
one
far
down.
north?
Yeah, but he's still set it up really well for Grant. I don't think it's going to be easy for Russell here. Any
What do you
contact on
do?
that red bowl is only going to be good for Tower.
Almost have to try and tickle the pink bowl at 10 o'clock around the corner, like clunk into that and see if it rolls in the right direction.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what he does here.
It's funny, ever since we've been talking about the Laser Eye Centre coming on board for the Champ Series, I look around at everyone who's wearing glasses at bowls and think we probably all benefit from from at least going and having a conversation.
Yes, because even if you think it is, fairly good at the moment, it could be better. You never know.
Well, for me, even just not having the inconvenience of losing my glasses every day, or walking in the rain and then it rains a little bit and everyone else is okay. I'm like, well, now my glasses are ruined. So on and so forth.
Yeah,
I
so
can see a
when
clear
it's dusty,
and positive benefit.
Yeah. Especially for people who are outside a lot and their glasses get dusty and then you wipe them, but now you've scratched them. So there's a...
Yeah, it'll scratch. Yep. Absolutely agree.
Well, Grant got a bit of a result out wide there, but they are still one down to Russell.
So when we talk about looking after your eyes, Melissa, is it about things like when we're in the sun we should be wearing like polarized sunglasses, or what should we do to sort of look after our eyes the best that we can?
So, polarized sunglasses will cut glare, but what's important is actually whether the sunglasses are covering your face properly. So I'm not a fan of very small sunglasses because they do almost nothing to cover for the sunlight that's coming around. And just making sure that they are proper sunglasses with a category 3 rating, which legal sunglasses sold in New Zealand.
Okay, well that's interesting. That's good to know. I think it's probably
So it should
certainly an
be
aspect
So
that
there should be
people leave.
category
Yeah.
3, good UV protection. So category 3 means good UV and light protection, and physically the sunglasses should be big enough to actually cover you. Polarized or not is no preference, but people who are on the water in a boat or they drive a lot, polarization is a great idea.
Handy to
There
know.
used to be quite a popular bowl sunglass that had it was like a wraparound sunglasses. That might not have been the most fashionable sunglasses in the world, but goodness, I think they must have done a good job because they had like dark things on the sides as well as on the front.
So wraparound fashion, comes and goes, but you'll see that on all cycling sunglasses, serious sports sunglasses, they're always wraparound because the side glare will always be a problem. So
See that bowl's just about thrown away there, Terry. That's quite a loose shot.
Yeah, they happen.
Yeah, tell me about it.
I'm sure he was disappointed with that one, particularly because they were down on the head. But that moves the score now to 3-5.
Been
So,
a bit of
Melissa-
cat and mouse played in this game. Oh, you go for your life, Terry.
Melissa, we often see a lot of families coming through bowls, and we can see it here in the Taua Hauera team with the three brothers playing together. I imagine you guys are the same through Laser Eye Centre?
yes, indeed. It's a family affair, and we do see many families come through, even over the ages, because we've been around since 1995 or 1994, but since the mid 1990s, we've been lasering eyes and developing along with the technology. So we see certain patients who we still have their files for from the 1990s. Now their children are coming to see us.
Are there any stories that you think of where people have, and it must happen a lot, come to you and you've been able to help them in quite like a significant way? Like there must be, share with us if you can, anything you think back in your career as an optician, you go, that was a really cool moment, that's why I do this.
I think the most significant one was a gentleman who'd had a facial injury. So he was injured to the point where wearing anything on his face, including glasses, would just hurt his nose so much. But he also needed the glasses to be able to see, and he couldn't tolerate contact lenses either. So he was really stuck between a rock and a hard place, because of course he needed to see to drive and do his job, but it was making his life so difficult that after he had some vision correction surgery done, even on the first day when it wasn't 100% perfect, he was very emotional because literally a weight was lifted off him. So there's major things like this, but also just little things of people really like going to the beach, and some people have to mind their grandchildren or their children, but they can't wear their glasses in the sea, and they can't wear their contact lenses either. So being able to see clearly in a water environment or on a hunting trip is so liberating, because they don't have to consider, oh my gosh, what am I going to do if I drop my glasses into the ocean right now, or
Of course.
like that.
That's a really good example, because those are things that you sort of take for granted, I think, when you can see, and You'd love it. You'd love the correction.
I'm getting closer and closer to being sold on going for one of these checkouts before the end of the 5 weeks. And I think
taking that
having
first
talked
step is very important. Yeah.
I remember one of the first times I realised my long-sighted vision wasn't as good as I realised. It's when I was watching my son at the Weet-Bix triathlon, and I turned out I was cheering for the wrong kid.
Oh no.
So yeah.
Did
Quite
he find
important.
out, or did you?
No, of course not. The good news is he was lagging behind in the swim, so I did get a second chance to cheer for him.
Oh, good.
Another one coming in here from Kevin. Needs to run. A good first bowl anyway. Gary Hooson, of course, was holding 2 shots before that one from Kevin. Mark looking to draw in on the backhand. He's not far away. Really nice speed. Darren indicating that they're probably 2 down now. Looking to change the way they approach this. Promoting bowls seems to be the option. I knew when they let that go that he'd pulled it narrow.
Do we think about
Here comes Mark again. Nice correction from his first bowl. He didn't have to correct much, and he didn't. Just enough to be shot itself. I think Russell will need to persist with that shot before, looking to play through those bowls of Gary's that we see at 12 o'clock. Time will tell. So Melissa, you mentioned Laser Eye Centre mid-1990s it started up, and I imagine you've seen technology evolve over those last 30 years?
Yeah, yes, massively. You know, when the Laser Eye Centre first started, there was only one usable form of laser, and that was for short-sightedness and mild astigmatism only. There are actually surgeries that were from the early 1990s or late 80s that have been discontinued because the new technology that replaced it was so good and so much more effective and safer that they really don't need to go back. So we never look back in this kind of industry.
So we see Grant on the forehand. Is it still developing, Melissa? Like, I suppose you can't, by definition, you can't gaze into the future, but are you still seeing those sort of steps forward and in how we treat our eyes?
I think so. Really, in the past 10 years, there has not been any new laser techniques. So Smile would still be the latest one, which was pioneered in 2009. So we consider that to be um, quite a matured, quite a matured, tried and true way of doing things. Most of the improvements these days tend to be on the implant side of things. For example, for your refractive cataract surgeries, the multifocal lenses that give distance and near vision, they have just been getting better and better. Compared to an implant that we would have used for multifocals 10 to 15 years ago, it really is a different game.
A better line here from Grant.
Oh,
Just going to get caught
right.
up.
What's the story, do we think?
2 shots to the Taranaki side, I imagine.
Take a 7-3 lead after 6 ends. And lastly, before we let you go, Melissa, and thank you again for joining us every week through this Champ Laser Eye Centre Champ series with one more to go in the mixed pairs. Can you remind our viewers what's the easiest way to get in touch with you guys and set up one of those free checkups?
No, I have 2 easy ways. One's just as easy as the other. You can give our friendly team a call on 0800 733 2020. So on your keypad, that's 0800 C 2020, which is easy to remember, and they'll guide you through the process. Or you can head on over to our website, www.lasereyecenter.co.nz, and fill out the form on the contact page, and we will contact you.
Great stuff. Well, thank you very much for joining us, Melissa. And remember, you can find them in those simple ways or even just to Google. And we're here for 2 more days with this coverage. And thank you very much for your support as the Laser Eye Centre and your expertise as always, Melissa. We'll talk to you next week.
Nice to talk to you again, Terry and Alex. We'll see you next week.
See you, Melissa.
Sounds like a plan. This here from Gary. It's been a game of fine margins here, Terry. I think the Taranaki team does deserve to be that little bit up, but Russell is certainly staying in it for the long haul, aren't they?
Yeah, they're certainly putting up a fight, and it really is just that first end that's the difference. Of course, those who missed that first end, Taua Hawara picked up a 4, and of course they're 4 shots in front still after 6 ends. A couple of handy bowls again from Scruff. Who's going to wander up to the head? Oh, he's not far away. Gary. Oh, good enough for second. I was going to say I'd be tempted to change hands if I was Kevin, and he has. He's got the option to sit that bowl down of Scruff's. Moving the jacks okay as well. Just felt like there was a bit more in their favour on that hand.
Actually, this is a largely idle thought, but now we've mentioned pies, I could really go in Anderson's pie.
What's your
The
go-to
idea.
flavour?
I like a steak. Any version of a steak pie is a good pie, Terry. Doesn't matter if it's steak and cheese, steak and kidney if I'm feeling adventurous.
I reckon you got to have cheese in a pie.
That's an interesting perspective.
I mean, I'm no pie expert. I don't think I've had very many in my lifetime.
I wonder what the Anderson's favourite pie is.
Would be a good question.
I mean, the workplace would smell delicious, I would imagine.
The mince and cheese is their most popular, which is probably not to be... you'd expect that, wouldn't you? Mince and cheese.
I think so, yeah. We
Seems
do
to be
good pies in New Zealand. I don't believe in the sweet pies. As we watch this bowl, is it going to sit down? Oh, you know, the Americans do like the pumpkin pie and all that rubbish. I don't think that's what a pie should be.
Well, I'm just not a fan of pumpkin in general.
Particularly in a pie. Just wrong.
Oh, this isn't...
How's this bowl?
Yeah, not bad here from
Look at
Mark.
this.
Nice little sit.
Oh, what a shot. That's unbelievable.
One each for the Anderson brothers by the looks of that. What a team they are. Looking to remove all of those bowls from the head. We'll see Anthony winding up.
Oh, I'd be surprised if he's short.
Oh, he's not far away, Alex. He's
Square.
got it. Brilliant
Oh, what a shot.
bowl. Gee, they'll be holding a couple now.
If he'd played that with size zeros, nothing would have happened.
Well, he might have got rid of one of them. That was an unbelievable shot.
It's a
Tower
really good bowl.
would have been holding 3, and now they're 2 down. 5-point swing as it sits.
Very impressed with this Russell team.
New shirts. We talked about those in the Champ of Champs singles, didn't we?
Oh, beautiful shirts and a wonderful centenary book that was created for their centenary. Funny that, from 1923 to 2023. This is cool camera work. Look at that. That was well done. Congratulations. As we watch this bowl come into the head.
Just
Really
gonna
good to have
be
some
over.
new people on the tools for this, the Auckland Champ of Champs as well. We've got some students who've come in to help us out, and thank them for their time and their contribution to this broadcast.
I think you're making them blush.
Oh, let's watch this. Got a replay coming up. Now watch this. He gets this bowl so square. Bang, bang, bang. 3 bowls move away from the jack. 2 of them stay close. And it's happy days for the Russell team. Great stuff. What's the next thing to do? We've got Grant Anderson here on the forehand. Sort of a static delivery, isn't it?
Yeah, see a few of those around. It's quite an effective way to do it, isn't it? You don't want a lot of movement in your delivery.
Particularly on greens that aren't slow. That's a very effective way because you can actually get the weight just with the arm movement and be very consistent. Of course, John Murtagh, who was the head coach at what was then known as the New Zealand Bowling Association, had a static delivery, and a lot of the groundwork that he laid we still use in coaching in New Zealand. As we watch this bowl, when's it going to turn?
Oh.
Oh. Well, he just wanted to be the one holding the second shot, obviously. One in, one out.
It's only really that draw, eh, Grant? Get a roll out of Hillsy.
Just trying to draw close again. Step and then the swing of the arm.
Well, he seems interested.
Down to the weight now.
Oh,
what a mighty effort that was. And I think we're going to see the Russell team, if they can add a bonus, should score, what, a 3? Is it worth 3s? You can add a bonus shot?
Yeah, he won't want the same speed that he had that first time. Slicing the jack is not a good option for Russell. They like that already. The weight was good,
It was
but
pretty to watch.
the weight was good,
Didn't
but
get near the head, but it was pretty to watch go up. And we're going to see, I think.
oh, that's going to close the gap.
I think it's 2 for my money.
Yep.
2 there, so 4-7 the score.
Oh, maybe they will measure.
That's funny. So the Russell team, we had quite a bit of information sent through about them, and I enjoyed. I'm going to share a story. So the men's fours, they're all mates who grew up together, raising their children in the small town of Russell, which is up in the Bay of Islands, our first capital, I think. And they all joined the club in 2009 at the same time, after they overheard Gary Hooson, who's off the front, mentioned quietly that he was going to join the bowls club so he could win the first year singles, which meant that 6 of his mates joined up at the same time to avoid that happening, and they were successful, which I thought was hilarious. As I said, Darren Sigley, the profile for him that he's been sacked several times from this role but's come back to claim it with the new Taylor GTRs. The 3, Anthony George, or Fats, he joined the club with his mother-in-law's size 0 bowls and won the singles, and is also the club handyman. The 2, Lee David, apparently knows everything about bowls, Terry, so we could perhaps get him on the commentary after this. And the current club president as well in the lead off the front. Gary Hooson, the man who joined in 2009, trying to win the first year singles and failed because his friends overheard him, was the club president for 9 years and won the Bowls New Zealand Sportsperson of the Year award last year. And I think just really great to have teams like that participating in these national Champion of Champions events. It's what makes our sport special.
Yeah, absolutely. A lot of club pride as well.
Scruff on the forehand. He's been leading very well. Nice to have a crowd gathering here at the Royal Oak Bowling Club too. 2 more days of this event here, and it's set against the Bison for 1.
Looks to be on a nice line. They have such a good
bowl.
finish out there.
Lovely rink, really. 5-7 the score at the halfway mark.
Scruff looks to have corrected. Gee, he's going good.
Yeah, very late turn out of his bowls.
Really setting it up well, isn't he, for Kevin?
Yeah, it's been a good exhibition, I think, from both teams actually, of just your conventional, high-quality fours game. Everyone is doing their jobs. Look at this. This is a lovely bowl here.
Brilliant.
Lee David, get in for the shot. Nice conventional bowl. We know now that there are also bowls to take the jack too. How's the weight here? Oh. Well, the weight was good. It was more the line there, wasn't it, Terry? Just cutting across the head.
Yeah, that's all it was. He's been pretty good at the correction when he's needed to, though. Hasn't blocked that hand.
Particularly if you know your weight's good. You just try and feel the same weight, but take more green.
Well, he's definitely taken more green. Here it comes now. Gee.
That's beautiful. That's really classy bowl. And he's drawn the shot. Reaching through on the backhand, I think here is the call for the Russell team, unless they think they're holding one. What would you play, Terry?
Yeah, no, I think you're on the right call there, Alex. So, drawing on the forehand. Wide line, we know they come back from there.
They will if he's got the weight.
Yeah, he's not far away.
Beautiful.
Yep, so that's Scruff's purple bowl at the back there. Have to be on the forehand for Mark. This could be another good one coming in.
Look at this. Just allowing the bowls to turn back in.
That's brilliant.
That's a great shot.
Don't you love how they still say grab the white, even though it's a yellow jack?
I was playing indoor bowls last weekend at Waihi Beach, and we've got yellow and black and blue and orange bowls now. And the opposition talked about playing through the brown bowl. So
all those colours, yeah. Yep. Those coloured bowls have been around for a wee while now, so I probably could have understood it 20 years ago.
Yeah,
10 years ago even.
And have it well placed. He's asked to play with weight, missed the head wide. It'll be a big end in the context of the game because Taranaki is leading by 2.
They've been so impressive to watch. Is he going to find the channel? No.
Right, what do you do here? There's a lot of muck up the front, which is the challenge for the Far North team. Like, how do you actually get through to that?
Yeah, my only thoughts were on the backhand, looking for Anthony's bowl, you know, rolling that in. But there's not much else that I like. What are your thoughts, Alex?
Oh, it was a bigger side than I was anticipating. Sorry, team. Look, it's a good question. It's very challenging that there's so many bowls up the front and in the line. Usually you'd look for a plant or something that you can get your collision bowl to follow square through. I don't think there is here for Russell anything like that. Could you play a forehand shot? Oh no, it's too short. What's the chalked bowl? That's a Russell bowl, isn't it? The chalked bowl at 1 o'clock. Is that pink bowl from Anthony George?
Yeah, so that's the one I was just looking at rolling in. Yeah.
Yeah, three rolls on that.
So effectively, we've circled back to my initial call.
In conclusion, whatever you said at the beginning is the only thing that they've got on.
No, that's good that we're on the same page.
don't mind this weight if you get it square. It's a good bowl. I think Russell have committed to that course of action. Very hard shot to play. So realistically, there's no reason why Taranaki would try and... You want them to try and play that shot, right?
Yeah, that's it. I really don't see a lot else. Nothing's lined up. There's no clear path to get to it. This might be a touch heavy.
Rinse and repeat, or an effort at a rinse and repeat here from Darren Sigley. I think he'll keep his weight. I think it's just about tightening the line up. Try and get it as square as you can, that pink bowl.
Yeah, I think the key now is to not try and adjust both your line and speed. So like you say, just keep that speed and bring your line in. It will turn a little bit with weight. This is a fair effort. No, it's going to be under.
Oh, it's diving. Well, now you pray for a bit of good fortune.
That's not good fortune.
It's not much of anything. There's no point in trying to... Nah, you just draw for 3 here if you're Taranaki and be happy to be 4, maybe 5 shots up on the Russell team. It's been a battle this game.
Pretty good here, I think. So again, we see the 4-shot difference.
It feels like enough of a lead, doesn't it, for that it's not going to get recouped in one end from Russell. But Russell is going to get 1s, 2s and 3s. I feel like if Taranaki could go into the last end being 4 up, they'd be able to defend that.
Yeah, I think, the way they're playing, more than anything, 4 points feels, 4 shots, feels like something they can hold on to and maintain. But there are still... Well, we're only halfway, aren't we? Really?
I mean, there's all the time in the world. So for Tower, it's about maintaining that 4-shot advantage, I think.
Yeah, like you say, I think they're going solid enough that they won't drop any big multiples, and you can see why. Scruff off the front has been outstanding. But Russell is certainly playing well enough that they could get a 1 or 2 here and there and just keep putting that pressure on and closing the gap.
Gary on the back end. Well, he's got, looks like a type of spam. Talk to us about that, Terry, because I keep forgetting to mention, but we have a Bowls New Zealand online shop, bowlsnewzealand.co.nz. Just have a look. There's a shop button somewhere, and on them we sell spams, don't we, which are good for... What do you find them useful for, and what are they?
Yeah, so... I've got 3 pairs now of the spams, 2 black and 1 white. There are the sleeves that you can get, and I think most people are probably used to those, but I've got the shoulder wrap. 2 amazing shots there. And still a good bowl from Gary in the head too, let's not forget that. Yeah, so I think a lot of people just wear those sleeves. I've got the shoulder wrap, and I think we're seeing more and more of that now, and I think it's brilliant because you don't have to keep pulling them up at the arm, you know. But no, I find them most useful, of course, for protection from the sun, but as a wee bonus, you know, for someone who feels the cold quite easily, it does take the chill off as well. And I think spams do a range, you know, not just the sun protection sleeves, but thermals as well.
Yeah, it's been good to see that join our catalogue on the online shop. It's interesting things to go have a look at if you've got a bowler who has a birthday coming up perhaps, or if you're thinking to yourself, I wouldn't mind as this new season approaches, just having a look to see what Bowls New Zealand have on offer. There's shirts and other apparel there at the Bowls New Zealand online shop at very competitive prices. So feel free to check it out and see if anything tickles your fancy. This could be a lovely bowl to watch, Terry.
It's one of those ones where, you know exactly what you need to do, and it does look so inviting.
Come on. Come on.
Start breaking now. Lee David.
What a shot! What a bowl!
Excellent. So controlled as well. Will be good enough for the shot, I imagine.
Your hair, Hilsey, get it off that or get on the scruff. Make sure your hair's inside.
Scruff and Hilsey off the front for Hawera.
On the forehand. So Far North holding 1 to that bowl that sits at 2 o'clock to the jack. I would say Taranaki have second shot with the bowl at 12.
Yeah, I imagine Russell would have liked to have stayed on the backhand there and, get to that back purple or maybe even sit their shot bowl over. But Kevin's bowl has sort of taken that shot away from them. So it looks like we're going to beat them to it instead.
Careful,
Needs
careful.
to
Okay,
bounce off.
Oh. Look, it's a well-played bowl. I
They've
think
still
he had
got-
to be brave.
Yeah.
Unfortunate that it's finished like that, but a good shot regardless, I would say.
First and third, no. Draw down here, Lee. Just jack low. You're beating that bowl. You can even work off it. Yep, drawing and you get it. Yep, drawing.
Communication's been really clear, both of these teams, hasn't it, Terry?
Yeah, absolutely. And yeah, it just shows the experience, doesn't it, of, Mark clarifying exactly what it is that Grant wants.
They're all good there. Very good.
Happy with the position bowl.
So, for Far North, are we back on the backhand?
Yeah, I like the backhand. I
Yeah,
almost
I
wonder
like
if
that
we were using that outside bowl, the edge of that to come onto the shot bowl itself. And if you are tight, getting a result there. Is it going to come back at all?
Probably slightly overplayed, I think, Terry. Perhaps didn't need to be quite that heavy.
Mark will be on the draw again.
If this doesn't get in the way, we'll see the Russell team. Now it'd almost be inclined to go quick at that shortest bowl, and then it clears out of the way, right? Taranaki team didn't realise that there was a bowl to come there. It's good sport to speed up when required. On the back end, if he clears the front bowl, it's very good. Don't really want to miss the head. Off that wing one then.
There we
Well,
go.
Clean as a whistle. It was a shot that was on.
Well, that's the
Yes,
shot
yeah.
I was calling.
Yep.
It looked like a nice, a nice edge to get.
Yeah, it was on. It was a good bowl. One of the options.
Yeah, it's all about being in that right area. Things will happen. So, Russell holding the shot now. It's really just a draw on that backhand, isn't it? Or forehand.
Well, at least you were right about
A draw.
the shot off the wing bowl.
I think I was mostly just nervous about the Russell bowl that could come in. Maybe he was looking for a bit of a niggle through there.
On the forehand. How's the weight?
Bit big.
Yeah, I'm thinking you probably get it here. I know you haven't played it much, but
He's asking for the backhand.
Yeah, I like that from Mark.
oh, you stay there then. You just come around me.
But also good to back your skip. Sure. At least with coming up to have a look at the head, you know, you're making a more informed decision. I
Right,
don't.
let's have a look at this. So, in the shoes of Taranaki, leading by 4 on the card. 1 down on the head. Don't have the backest bolt.
Yeah, I feel like they have opted for that backhand draw.
Oh, lovely stuff. That was wonderful. I think the backhand draw is the call. You skirt past the blue bowl at 1 o'clock and you've drawn the shot. We know
Yeah,
it comes back enough on the backhand.
it's open on that hand. If you come the other way, I don't know. It's not that it isn't there. It just comes with that little bit of risk. And just not an easy shot to play, I feel.
How's the weight? He's overplayed it.
Yeah, I wonder if he was going for
Looking
the
to
blue,
cannon the
was
ball
he?
through.
Yeah, looking to roll Hillsy's bowl in. Well, Darren has a good opportunity here to add a second bolt, a second shot. Whether he draws it himself or rocks in that bowl of Gary's. Oh, it's a bit of speed anyway. Russell closed the gap with a single to make the score 6 shots to 9. We've played 9 ends.
Interesting. I think it's probably good for Russell to be no further than 4 shots down. As we've discussed, it hasn't felt like there's going to be more than a 3-shot scoring power. Either way, really, but probably more from the Russell trying to eat back into that Taranaki lead. So if they can keep within that 4-shot differential, that's good for the Russell team. Just chip away. You've got 5 ends to go after this, but not allow Taranaki to extend their lead any more than 4, I think, is what's important.
Yeah, it's certainly within reach for them, especially if he can
they're
stick
playing
with
really
the jack
well.
here.
That's a great shot from Gary.
Brilliant. And he has been bowling really well. Always bowls in the head. But scruff, he just hasn't really missed.
I can't think of a poor end. So, really, and his bowl's turned so much, so this bowl here on this rink, look, it's just going to be allowed to come right back to the centre line.
He's been doing this all game.
I wouldn't want to be playing him in a game of singles today. It would be, well, it wouldn't be a very long game.
No.
I suspect we would be finished by now.
Even if he only hit the 2 bowls.
Thanks, Terry.
He's got a bit more weight on this one, does he? Gosh, look at this for a reply. Brilliant.
Oh, what a
ball.
shot. This is great stuff. Did someone say about time? He's been playing okay.
He has been playing well, yeah. You know, he might... I think there's probably only been one end that I can think of that he's held shot after the lead bowls, but he's certainly had bowls in the head and plenty to play for his team to play with. I like this from Brendan, from Scruff, I should say. Hasn't really changed what he's doing. You know, just drew another one in, and that's all he had to do at lead.
So just as I said that I couldn't see Russell scoring more than 3 shots, this is a head that they could absolutely build into scoring more than 3 shots if they are able to be effective. Kevin Hill's here on the forehand. They come back from there if you get the weight right, Terry.
Yeah, he's going to have another handy bowl on the head. It'll be interesting to see how long they sort of let this build up, you know. I like that they haven't become too aggressive too early. It's nice that they're still getting bowls in on the head because that will give them more options, particularly Mark, when it's his turn to play. But
it's essentially a confident way to play the end, isn't it, from the Taranaki point of view?
yeah,
'Cause they say
definitely.
we back our last 4 bowls to be effective.
It will be interesting now to see if they do look for a bit of movement. They do have 3 good bowls there already. Straight into his work. Just happy to add another one on the draw.
I'm not gonna touch it, mate.
Well, there's certainly nothing
Interesting.
wrong with that. But I imagine we'll see Mark with a bit more aggression. Well, here's a good one from Anthony George.
Look at this.
A third
Oh,
shot.
slightly bigger target.
Sounds like they're just calling that reaching speed, which again is a nice confident way to play this. He doesn't like it though. Was it the speed more than anything?
Well, yeah, probably.
Or maybe it's like, I don't know. I mean, the speed was good for what
Interesting.
they were after. He obviously
And
knew
now
it wasn't a
Russell
good one.
think about cover bowls.
Yeah, fair enough too. Well, it's gone to a handy home.
Yeah, I don't mind that from Russell. Sort of saying, look, we're happy to sit with a few if we hold on to it, and if we don't, we need to have bowls covering instead of putting all your eggs in one basket. This is an important bowl here. Seems to like it more.
Yeah, he's on target.
Seems to like it more. Look at this.
No panic
Look
at
at
all.
this.
Wow.
And it's, oh, what a shot. You'd think that the far north team would be moving pretty quickly because you'd rather play to that with that bowl standing up than sitting down.
Yes.
Standing
Yep.
up, it's still on the roll. Sitting down, it's hard to remove. So no one walk near it. Nobody breathe. And just try and draw that red bowl around. Could still make a 4 here, Darren Sigley, but a great shot
Oh, if
from Mark
Darren
Anderson.
mirrors what Mark just played, they'll be sitting pretty. Even the jack's good for them. Tuck it into Gary's bowls. A lovely head. Thoughts on this one?
I think it's very close. I think it's very close, Terry. Look
Needs
at this.
to work, needs to work. Oh, don't sit it.
Oh, it's locked in.
No, it might not be quite as good, but it's still good. You know, think about the jack moving into Gary's bowls there. You can still get a nice 3. And there might even be room for Mark's bowl to still find that gap. Not easy. What do you do as Grant?
I think you have to draw as close as you can. No point leaving it like that.
Yeah. I think you'd rather go down to Russell with your bowl in this situation than with their bowl. He might get the sit. No.
Lovely camera shot there. Thank you, team. And big moment here for Darren Sigley. Should be able to make it a 3.
How's
3
the
should be
speed?
doable.
Needs to hold.
I wonder if this will be the end that the Russell team look back on and think that was our chance of getting a number. The way they're talking, it seems as though Russell's still holding the shot though. So if they can cling on to one, it still makes it 7-9.
Yeah,
Which
definitely.
is good.
Well, Grant really,
Grant.
it's not so much the jack he's after. He's after that split of the 2 reds just on the draw, and that'll be enough to sit Mark's bowl down. Yeah, it does look like 1 to Russell.
1 to Russell. That's not as bad as I thought it was, because they have scored, so they continue to chip into that lead. It's now 7-9, so 2 the difference. 11th end, Gary Hooson played 2 absolute bombs on the previous end. Can he replicate it this end? Remembering all the results are available on Bowl Sub Aotearoa, which you can access through the Bowls New Zealand social media pages and also the Bowls New Zealand website. And live scoring from Royal Oak Bowling Club thanks to some hardy volunteers, end by end, or roughly end by end. So if you're following one of the men's teams today or the women's teams tomorrow, you can access live scoring from the Royal Oak Bowling Club. We thank those who volunteered their time to do that. Gary Hooson on the back end. They are really nice shirts, aren't they?
Yeah, I'm a fan. Quite a range of shirts out there. Oh,
And what a
wow.
bowl from Gary. Great shot.
It's been a fantastic lead battle.
Some nice shirts and logos out there nowadays. I see the Russell shirt has looks like a swordfish on it, which is one of the Tauranga clubs. I think Tauranga South has a swordfish. Bay of Plenty Centre has a huia, which we discovered the other day, Terry, but we can't quite figure out why it has a huia in the middle of its logo.
I did see that pop up on Facebook.
It's a pretty bird anyway. There's a few clubs that have it, probably harking back to turn of the century when they were either just extinct or still around, and the ranges around the place. A very famous bird.
Nice correction here from Scruff. Really good second shot.
I just want you to throw another one there.
So the skip just saying that the bowl's level, so Kevin can understand what's sitting where. It was interesting hearing Melissa talk about depth perception, wasn't it, Terry?
Yeah, it sure was.
I hadn't thought about it in the way that she explained it. Look at this bowl there from Kevin Hills. But just like when you walk side to side, what appears to move quicker versus slower and how that interacts with how far away it is, I thought was quite interesting.
Yeah, and I was fascinated to hear about the sunglasses as well. And possibly what we should be wearing in the sun. He's holding to it. Oh, another good bowl.
Yeah.
And sits right in front of the jack as well.
What a shot. That's been some great stuff. Look to there, it's not that far away here from Kevin Hills, but might just dive. Look, it's trying to hold potentially more the weight than the green there, Terry.
Yeah, I'd agree with that, Alex. For the shot that he would have been looking to play, would have, been that just over the draw. So his line was probably good for that. Wouldn't have needed much more weight. Anthony's turn now. He'll want to beat them to it.
Thank you, Darren.
Oh, just the speed. The line is so good.
Have been very impressed with how the fours teams have actually kept out of the way of the cameras largely today, particularly when you've got 6 people down one end. It's actually quite challenging to not be in the way of the camera. So that now and then we see tap someone else on the shoulder and don't stand there, which has been pleasing. We'll call it teamwork, Terry.
Oh, Mark gave it a chance. Will run past.
Passing through.
Well, it might come to a good spot.
Well, there's you, Mark. Yeah. Get on that, eh? Get it through the head, good.
So, the foot position just for the weight. Has to play on the forehand. This is close here. If it holds on, Terry, it's close.
Yeah, I think he's got it.
Look at this. Look at
Just a
this.
piece.
He's got it. Oh, what a shot.
Well,
Is it still there?
yeah, it locked
I mean, I
onto
don't know how much.
it locked onto
how much
Hillsy's
more
bowl.
can you
Wow, it does help their situation. Gosh, he played it so well.
It's a lovely shot. He was literally maybe half an inch wide or an inch wide. You know, get it slightly thicker, and that bowl wouldn't have locked onto the bowl that it locked onto. But still a lovely shot.
Oh, even if he was just a smidge wider, he would have sliced the jack to one of their bowls, to Hillsy's bowl. It's a good one here if it finishes.
Excitable.
Sounds like that one's
I
in.
blame the excitement of Mark's bowl. It's throwing me off. That's a great shot. Really good. We've had 2 exceptional games of 4s so far, Terry. I think we haven't had teams which have had 4 skips in them. We've had teams that have had players who play their position really well, and it's been a joy to watch.
Yeah, I think anyone tuning into these games will be happy with what they're watching, especially those who are supporting their teams.
Yeah. It's good. It's proper 4s play. It's enjoyable. Lots of thinking goes into this form of the game. All about effective bowls, and Far North holding 2, and this is going to be a quick bowl, I think.
Yeah, looks like he's winding up. Here it
Goodness.
comes. It's going to miss wide. Took out a few.
Certainly had some speed on it, that bowl. You're going to hit that hard. You almost want to hit the shortest bowl, Terry, and it could ricochet all the way through.
Well, Russell. Surely just another forehand draw there. Don't think he was a fan of this one, but we'll see what happens. Oh, yeah, they'll be happy
Beautiful line.
if it ends up a block. They'll be all right. It has, really. It's the Russell bowls up front, so no good promoting any of those.
So what weight are we going to see, do you think, Terry?
Well, I think Mark's calling him off the big weight.
Rather than, I can't drive anyway, I can't see it now, but no.
Yeah, he just...
Said, I can't drive it anyway because I can't see it now.
Yeah, I think Mark's just playing through the shot bowl with a more controlled speed this time. I think Russell have second shot, don't they?
He thinks he's close. Well, maybe he didn't. The way he was looking at it, I thought he thought it was close.
No, I think he was willing it to come
1,
back in. What?
2. Well, is it that, was it 2 or 3, Terry?
I think it was 2, but I might wait to see the scoreboard for this one. Yep, 2. So 9 all.
Start again. Goodness.
What an exciting
Good game.
game. But really, with Harwood having a 4 on the first end, it almost feels like Russell have, had the scoring momentum based on that.
Arguably, yeah, they have. Yep, absolutely. And right at this point, at the chance where they could roll over the top of the Taranaki team, 9 apiece if they could score again. We're on end 12. And we've got 15 minutes left on the clock, so realistically we're going to get 14 ends in. So if you are either team, you either want to drop one or get a 3.
Oh, he's just going to go past this time. Still a good bowl, but, from what we've been seeing from both Gary and Scruff, those first bowls have been a toucher just about.
On the forehand, that's where they come from if you've got the weight right.
Yeah, he's been trusting that line so well. Look at this.
Great bowl.
It's not easy to do that end after end, over, well, we've had 11 ends now. It's very consistent.
It's quite.
He's-
It's actually quite impressive.
Yeah, he's making it look easy, but can't be taken for granted, that level of consistency.
I think Gary Houson's played really nice bowls. And as you said before, hasn't actually been holding the shot that often after his two. Such is the standard that Scruff has been playing at.
Yeah, Scruff just throws it out there, lets the bowl do the rest of the work, and here it comes again.
Oh, look at this. Oh, that's two exceptional bowls. And Lee David being called on the backhand side. How's the weight?
I think this one will be close too, Alex.
How's the weight?
I
What a shot! What a bowl!
love the animation from Darren Sigley.
Oh, we should have him mic'd up. He's providing a very enthusiastic commentary. Great stuff. So Kevin Hills now on his backhand. Yeah, the first end, as you said, the only end where we've really seen Russell be a little bit jittery, I suppose. And then ends 2 through to here. It's been a very even match between the two teams, you have to feel.
And
With
here
Taranaki
comes
probably slowly slipping back on their lead. What would you play here, Terry? Holding
good
one.
question.
Well, that's why I
Yeah.
asked it.
I do like the bird's
Being
eye
brave
view when
playing
I'm.
the backhand.
Yeah, I'd need to see it again, but my initial thought was forehand.
Safer on
Yeah,
the forehand, isn't
yeah,
it?
definitely. Those are two Taranaki bowls over there. Just be around the shot bowl, around the jack. Get your line well.
Something like that.
Yeah, I'm sure
That's
they
the
would
end of
have.
the bowl, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm sure they would have loved it. To be closer. That's there's always an ideal world sort of approach to that, but that was the idea. Options on the backhand for Taranaki. He's
Can't be
close.
far away if he's got the weight.
Is he going to get it
Kevin
clean?
Hills.
Not quite.
Oh, just a foot short.
Oh, that's a lot of Taranaki bowls surrounding the Russell shot. I still wouldn't have minded that forehand side. I feel like they could have found the gap in there and been quite useful. And if they did run into Scruff's bowl and sit their own shot bowl, I don't think that would have been a bad thing. They do have the position at the back already.
It's an interesting track.
He does
Could
get that late
break
turn. And
Back
here it
into the
comes.
head here. Clear the front one. Oh my goodness gracious.
Well, that helps
Well, there's a
their
plant now.
position situation.
If
Well,
you
a plant onto the
were-
jack, though. I think they'd be looking for the bowl. Are you
want
looking?
2 and 1 though, don't you? Would you not play the forehand, go inside out off the blue, and you get rid of the bowl and the planty thing goes through, and you sit with about 500 shots?
I was looking forehand too, but I was more just thinking get the inside half of the shot bowl.
I'm not
Roll
good
it
enough to
through.
do that. I'd play the
You'd
forehand and
wriggle.
make sure I was missing a bit narrow, wriggle in off the front blue. You got to wriggle. Yeah. On the forehand, the plant's fine, but a wriggle's also all good. I think you're right that the forehand has more options, because even if you miss it wide, you're going to plant the bowl that's sitting flat onto the black bowl through the jack to pop it out to the 4 o'clock space. So it's literally anywhere within 2.5 feet at the front of the head on the forehand with a metre of weight is going to be a good result here.
Yeah, I think when you say plant, I sometimes feel like you're talking big weight.
No, it's still technically a plant. I'm surprised he played that on the backhand, Terry.
Yeah, I think you can still play a similar sort of shot on the forehand. Any contact with that blue bowl.
Looks like you can miss by more on the forehand and still get a result, whereas the backhand you have to get the plant square. I wouldn't be, as you said, I think the plant for Taranaki is the secondary option here, because ultimately your goal should be, I want to get rid of the shot bowl. We'll see.
Yeah,
It's
I
an
mean,
interesting head.
Russell do have another bowl in the head now, so it isn't the worst to have that first option being blue onto the jack and move it out. They do have that position bowl there now. Now looking to cover over there.
Well, the way they're covering it, it feels as though they expect the jack to move, which is interesting. Maybe that plant is just lined up better than we think it is on the cameras, just to take the shot bat out clean with no jack movement. Sorry, that's the wrong way round.
No, I think it's only getting jack, and
Yeah,
that's why they're covering, because the jack's going out that way.
Yeah. It's been a long day. I was trying to say that and it all came out the wrong way round. I said the opposite of my intention.
Well, if
Here
he
we go.
connects,
Look at this. He's got the plant.
And
got
he's
the
got
jack
the jack.
clean as a pistol. Good shot. Made 3 of it, he says. That's a lovely shot.
That's
from
exactly
Taranaki.
where Darren Sigley was hoping to be. He knew that he'd overshot it a little bit.
Well, remember that on time, the next end is going to be the last end. So you either want to drop one shot or score a 3 here. If you drop one, your last end, last bowl, 1 down, should be able to score a 2. Or if you score a 3, you're 3 up, last end without last bowl, you should be able to protect against dropping a 4.
Big bowl here.
See that glance up to the heavens from Darren Sigley. He's made his way down and back up again. Or up and back down again. What's he opted to play?
He's on the forehand. No, he immediately doesn't like the line. Needs to hold and wriggle, I think. Wriggle off a bowl. It's all he needs. That's not their one.
Oh dear.
Sorry, Mark. That's Hildy out here. What story?
Holding
Yeah.
3. So this is a huge end, really.
Yeah, all that work to close that 4-shot gap. About to be undone, possibly with another 4 if that comes back.
You feel like 3's doable and 4's challenging. So 3, well that, if you're a Russell supporter, is a good sign.
Yeah.
A good bowl by Grant to get the jack out there in the first place. Taranaki did have such a good head. It just had that one bowl of Lee David's holding shot on the crossover.
Yeah, lovely bowl. And now they're about trying to defend that 3-shot buffer. 4 minutes left on the clock, so this will be the last end, unless the lead or 2 decide they want to kill it. This will be the last end, so they want to defend that 3-shot margin, and it starts here with scruff If he can put 2 bowls within a couple of feet like he has been, finding a 3 will be very challenging for the Russell team.
Yeah, Scruff. Beautiful.
Yeah, Scruff just giving them no window.
Missed it
Of
narrow, really, though, didn't he? Yes. Okay, that was pretty good. Just not a lot of breathing space, is there?
Yeah, he's really just not allowing them to play, you know, as well as what I'm sure they'd love to. And they are playing well. They're playing as well as they'll let them.
This bowl gets past, it's quite good. And last bowl for this game, or what is likely to be the last bowl for this game, from Scruff, who's played so well this entire match of 18 ends. How is it? How is it?
Good.
Oh, would you look at that?
Yeah,
Just what he's been doing all game.
he is not
And-
disappointed.
You'd think the scoring area now for the Russell team is actually probably at the back right of the rink as we see it, isn't it? If you're thinking, oh,
Yep.
we need to score, try and find a way to score 3 shots, the scoring area is probably going to be about where the Somerset buggers on the bottom right of your screen. So this is a lovely bowl here from Gary, and then we're going to see Russell. They're going to have to switch to the forehand and try and get the jack there to find their 3 shots.
Yeah, and you can see Grant already on that same page. He's asking Kevin to cover those bowls early. No need to be on the head.
Unless you can tuck the jack around the corner.
Or stop there.
It does a similar, it does the same thing, just an infinitely harder way to do the same thing. I think we have to be on the forehand now if you're the Russell team. On the well, you need to find a 3, so reaching on the forehand makes sense, I think, from Lee.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think there's much value to drawing
That's
it
what the players
dead.
see.
A good
Keep
shot
going.
anyway. He's absolutely drawn it dead.
Yeah, it's a very good bowl. But you do need to figure out where your 3's coming from, Terry. So
Oh.
it's a good start. A little bit of work left to do for the Russell team.
How often, though, do you hear a skip say, draw it dead, and then you draw it dead?
Oh, not that often from me. What do you mean, draw? Sounds challenging.
So, interesting now what the call will be then. Interesting. Well, there is a bit of a scoring area back there, but not easy for the jack to get there. Still worthwhile, of course, covering. Wouldn't take much for the angles to change.
No, it wouldn't.
That's a really good bowl in there.
Yeah, lovely bowl. Just listen out for the timer.
I wonder if all players are aware of the time. They would be, wouldn't they? There is a big...
Oh, there's a
shot clock.
massive clock. Yeah. I enjoy about most outdoor tournaments is that they do have like the massive timer. You sort of, if you don't know how much time is left, it's very much, I would suggest a trip to the Laser Eye Centre. So they need to find a 3, and it hasn't looked like they, I don't know, Terry. It's just hard to see a 3 here for the Russell team with such good bowl from scrub.
I think they they almost need to forget that they're holding a shot.
Yeah, exactly. There's no point losing 10-12. That's unhelpful. So we see some people make their exit from the Royal Oak Bowling Club. Must have finished their game.
You can, 100%, but then it's spotted.
And they know the time.
No.
Bit of conversation in the background around what happens if the jack is killed.
Kill's a kill.
Would only be for an extra end, is that right, Alex? Where it would be respotted?
Found the conditions of play. Ends made dead shall be replayed in accordance with Law 20. If in a time limit game the jack has been delivered before the time signal, so this end, the end continues, and if the end is subsequently made dead, the end will be replayed. So if they killed this end, it would be replayed. If it's an extra end, it's placed on the 2 metre mark. Which means that a kill is a legitimate option here to try and find your 3. And that's what they're trying to do. This is a great call from Russell, and he's got it. No, he's not got it. No, he found it. I thought he had that perfect. It's a smart call from the Russell team, because a kill's a kill. You're not going to get a 3 as it sits. And I wouldn't be surprised if we saw Darren Sigley have 2 proper nibbles at this, trying to kill this end.
Yeah, I think they need to have another go at that.
Yeah, smart call. And checking with Lorna, the umpire there. Good stuff. Yep. That's good. I'm glad that everyone's on the right page here, Terry. So, for viewers at home, the situation is the Russell team's decided that they can't score a 3 on this end. The conditions of play state that if the end is killed, it is replayed. Therefore, the Russell team will be looking to find a way to kill this end. Taranaki knows that, so for them it's a question about how do we make the kill more challenging to achieve. It might be you put in a block, or maybe you just cover the corners and go, if you're good enough to kill it with one of your 2 bowls, we deserve to replay this end. Exciting, Terry.
I would love to see a kill.
Well, it's nice when the teams make these decisions. Like, the entire Russell team is on board this decision and the logic's really sound. So you're quite happy and your skipper's at peace because I'll just have 2 goes at this. So there's no... It's not a wishy-washy decision, right? You just go, I understand what I need to play. And sometimes that makes them easier to play because there is only one option.
Here we go again.
He can't be far away. Look, that's a bowl away from perfection.
It will kill too.
Yep.
They've had 2 good attempts at that. It's really not much you can do if you're Taranaki. Just have to hope it doesn't kill.
Yeah, short of not making the target bigger, right?
Well, if you could lock the jack in though, this is
oh my God.
Just about the other thing you could do. But
nah, it'll still kill.
No, it's still killing.
All 4
good
bowls
shot
go,
though.
But I think he's still not holding 3. There's a lovely bowl. Hasn't made it worse. If anything, it's probably a good thing that the Darren's now got a few more seconds to wait before he plays his bowl. He would have been thinking, I'll play the bowl. Doesn't matter what hand, you hit it that hard. So for the kill to keep this game alive, Darren Sigley from the Russell Bowling Club on the backhand. On the forehand, sorry.
He's close, but still going to just be that bowl wide.
And what a great game that was there. Congratulations to Brian Anderson, Mark Anderson, Kevin Hills and Brendan Anderson, Scruff as he's known obviously, for winning that game. What a mighty 2 games of bowls we've watched today, Terry.
Yeah, a great display of bowls, and as we saw in this game, it really was just that first end from Taranaki when they picked up a 4, and that made all the difference. What a great game otherwise.
For sure, and thank you very much for joining me in the commentary, Terry. Thank you to everyone who's tuned in to watch this. Remember, we're back tomorrow from 12 o'clock with coverage of women's section play, then the finals day on Sunday. And also thank you to Tia, Harry and Phil for your assistance with the broadcast. They've done a great job. Go and enjoy your evening. We'll see you again tomorrow.
High performance sports requires a laser focus every day. To get the best out of everyday life, consider vision correction by the professionals at Laser Eye Centre. With clinics in Pukekohe and New Plymouth and state-of-the-art theatres in Hamilton and now Tauranga, you'll be living your best life in no time. Get a free assessment, plus your Bowls Hub number will get you a special offer on your procedure. Easy.